Anything now? Oh. Alright, all I did was unplug the microphone and plug it back in. So, yeah. Okay. So, the wonders of live entertainment, everybody. Alright, so let's pretend that didn't happen. Alright. So, alright, so this is a stream I've been wanting to do. I always wanted to play this. And the main game is going to be Super Mario Land, which when I got my Game Boy in 95 was the first game I tried. I had got a bunch of games at once because of the unique way I got my Game Boy in games. But first, Super Mario Land's the first one I actually tried, and it's really the first Mario game I properly got to try and get to know. And because of Super Mario Land being a bit of an almost off-brand version of the Game Boy to begin with, actually, I just thought of something I failed to... Hold on, how about... There we go, here we go. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because of Super Mario Land being a bit of an... Yeah, then nice to see you too, Clacker Boy. Thanks for letting me know that my mic wasn't working. Yeah, so this is a bit of an off-brand Mario game. It's before there was a lot of the standardization and strict, like, official style guides and trademark usage bibles that we have now that really dictates what you can and can't do or say or show in a Mario game. And it was the first Mario platformer made outside of Shigeru Miyamoto's team. It was made by Nintendo R&D 1. But we're going to start with Alleyway on the original Game Boy. I'm playing it on the Analog Pocket. And I'm going to do something I probably shouldn't, which is I'm going to just drop this in the dock and hope it works without playing. We're just going to play a single round of Alleyway. I'm not going to update my high score table in real time. Like, if I was doing a stream where I was playing a few rounds of this game, maybe I would consider... yeah, just having... Yeah, because last few streams I've did of Alleyway... Oh, you just made an uncured honey ham with mozzarella cheese wrap. Well, I hope this stream sets the mood you're going for. Oh, okay. Alright. Alright, so we want to set... I'm going to talk to more about the bit... Since the last time I played Analog Pocket, there's been an update to the Analog Dock that lets me use some of the resolution and display modes from the handheld system on the monitor, which I'm playing it using the dock. Which has had some... Yeah, I want to tweak that a bit. Maybe see if we can get the... Yeah, there we go. Looks a little better. But let's go to settings and systems for GB. We're going to use analog GB mode. Now this mode is... we're going to set the timer for... How about... We're gonna be wild this time. How about 2.5 hours for our first half? Yeah, so this mode, right now on my actual monitor, it's just displaying in plain, literal black and white. But I just used a simple color. It's genuinely just a green PNG image file, solid green, that I just overlaid on my broadcast software and turned down the opacity to sort of simulate the green screen look of the original Game Boy. When we get into Super Mario Land, I'll sort of show you some of the options I have with that and whether or not my viewers like which modes they like the most, because I'm a bit torn, frankly. But for back when the Analog Pocket launched, there were no modes, so I made this Game Boy frame. I wanted to sort of simulate the way the Game Boy screen looked. So I just made this makeshift solution that actually worked pretty great, and my viewers were pretty happy with. So let's get this started. Now this isn't just going to be I'm playing just one game of Alleyway, and then I'll be playing Super Mario Land later. But in addition to and in between those two games and after it, I have a lot of other cool stuff planned. I basically just wanted to sort of make this sort of an interactive history lesson for the launch of the Game Boy. There's going to be old commercials from around the launch of the Game Boy, Nintendo promotional video introducing the concept of Game Boy, magazine clippings that mentioned Game Boy when it was just a rumor and not even before they even had the Game Boy name to call it by, when they just said, oh, there's rumors Nintendo's making an all-in-one system. And because I think there was something by Milton Bradley. I forgot what the system was called. It was called Milton Bradley. Stuart Ashton did a great review of it, and in the first in-depth review I ever saw on this system. I think it was called... Hold on. This is too important to the history for me not to look up in real time. Hold on. Milton Bradley game system. Yeah, okay, it was called the Microvision, excuse me. And I knew that for years, just that all of a sudden when I need to know it like live on the internet, I just forget. Yeah, Milton Bradley in I think the late 70s had a system called Microvision, which was kind of something even more primitive than even a Tiger handheld, but it used block graphics, and you could produce different images, if you could even call them images. But the screen was kind of built, like the controls and the screen were all kind of built into one, like giant cartridge that was also a faceplate for the system. So it was a cartridge-based... Oh, for real, Finn. How you doing? Yeah, I know I still have a... I know that alert can be a bit obnoxious. I don't want to draw unnecessary attention to you if you don't want to participate in chat. But yeah, this stream's going to be kind of a... I want to make it just sort of a multifaceted history lesson on the Game Boy. A couple of early launch games. Hiya there. Thanks for the follow and for watching. Yeah, so I'm going to have some magazine articles from when the Game Boy was still being rumored before the Game Boy name was even known to the public yet. And because there's nothing quite like Game Boy yet, they compare it to, like, the Vectrex in the magazine clippings I have. It's like, oh, Nintendo's working on an all-in-one system with interchangeable cartridges. Like, this is the first time we've seen this idea being used since the Vectrex about 10 years ago. Because if you... well, they said... I think the wording is the Vectrex in the early 80s, but this is a late 80s magazine. So if you think of it in a sense, when I think of Game Boy and Vectrex, I think of those as two different eras of video game history, right? But if you really think of it at the time, you're in 1989, you're thinking about the Vectrex. And, yeah, sometimes Twitch unfollows people and whatever, so whatever. Yeah, thanks for... I know some people, if they chat for the first time in like a year, it'll say first time chat or something like that. If you think of it from the standpoint at the time, the Vectrex to them would kind of almost be like what PlayStation Vita was to us. A fairly, like an off-the-market, but relatively recent memory system. Whereas looking back on it from today's standpoint, even by the late 90s when I first learned of Vectrex, I thought of Vectrex as being of just a totally different age than the Game Boy. You know, but really at the time it was pretty in recent memory, and that's the closest thing they had to compare it to, because there was the idea of an interchangeable cartridge handheld system. There was well, first off, you couldn't even look up these things online like you could now, but the Microvision was the closest thing to it, and you could barely consider it what it was. And you know, Vita was super underrated, and what disappointed me the most was that I was talking about this in Kyle TX500 stream a couple of nights ago, where he was doing a PSP library video watch party thing, where there was a point where it was common knowledge, even if you didn't necessarily have a bias against Nintendo or the DS, but it was common knowledge to a lot of, or just common, like, the common speculation was that PSP was just set to dominate DS, the same way that PS2 dominated the GameCube. And that the only reason that Game Boy Advance was surviving and thriving was because there was no serious competition. But, so Sony's coming out with a handheld that's rivaling PlayStation 2 in terms of its performance. It uses modern optical discs instead of cartridges. Like, the PSP is obviously going to dominate. And then it didn't happen. And once that didn't happen, a lot of people kind of wrote off PSP. Meanwhile, the PSP, especially going up against the Game Boy Advance and the DS... actually did a great job expanding the handheld market. I don't think they took away from Nintendo's handheld market share so much as they just expanded the handheld market in general for people looking for a higher performance handheld system that really wouldn't have been attracted at all to Game Boy Advance, or maybe not even, you know, the DS. Because the DS could do, like, polygonal 3D, but it wasn't really emphasized the way it was on PSP. And without any kind of analog control... You really didn't see polygonal 3D, I think, really take off on 3DS on DS until the successor, the 3DS, came out. And even then, it was somewhat limited, even compared to Vita. But yeah, that's what I was going to get at. A lot of people are making the same assumptions about PS Vita versus Nintendo 3DS. Oh, like the same people, the same arguments. People saying, like, oh, well, the Vita is obviously more powerful, it has more modern technology, it's obviously going to just crush the 3DS, and Nintendo doesn't stand a chance. And I was like, really? We made the same mistake with PSP versus DS. And I was there on day one for PSP and DS, so it's not like, yes, I did want DS to succeed in the sense that they were kind of the underdog in a certain sense, but I wanted the PSP to succeed. In fact, I think I really wanted the PSP to succeed more than it did. However, oh my gosh, we were one brick away. We're one brick away. Please be good to me. Come on. Please be good to me. Oh my gosh, that was so close. Come on. Oh no. Oh my gosh. No, he didn't. That last brick, it's like that last ship in Space Invaders. But anyway, Uh-oh, Sodor lore reading time. Alright, so Clackaboy's second ever redemption of the Sodor lore reading redemption to spend 5,000 of Clackaboy's hard-earned premium tokens. It's not every day I get to press the Thomas the Tank Engine button on my Stream Deck. So really briefly, we're going to pause the timer. For those who don't know, for 5,000 premium tokens, I'm going to read a piece of deep lore from the world of Thomas the Tank Engine. And this is not a joke. What I'm about to read you is actual, legitimate lore from the source material for Thomas the Tank Engine. And today, we're going to learn about the closure of the Mid-Sodor Railway. The Second World War brought about an upsurge of traffic, but while the locomotives were lovingly maintained as far as possible, both track and goods stock suffered. The mines suffered too. They were stripped almost beyond safety margins to assist the war effort, and in consequence were closed one by one during 1945. That at Casney Hawain alone remained, but this was abandoned because of flooding in December 1946. The railway, having no longer any reason for existence, was abandoned too in January 1947. Two of the locomotives, Stuart and Falcon, were brought by the Sodor Aluminum Company to assist in an expansion project they had on hand. This was completed in 1951, and the two engines, after standing sheeted up under tarpaulins for the better part of a year, were sold in 1952 to Sir Handel Lloyd Brown for the Skarloey Railway at the knockdown price of £25 each. They retained their old numbers, 3 and 4, but after rebuilding, they were given Skarloey Railway livery and renamed Sir Handel and Peter Sam respectively. The third and oldest engine, Duke, on account of old age, had found no buyer, for interest in veteran steam locomotive preservation had in those days hardly begun. Duke was left oiled, greased, and sheeted up in Arlesdale shed, until 1969, when he was recovered. He was restored at Croven's Gate Works and reunited with Stuart and Falcon on the Skarloey Railway. The closure of the Mid-Sodor Railway forced the virtual closure of the Northwestern Railway's Arlesburg branch line. In 1964, due to congestion at Tidmouth and Knapford harbors, Sir Topham Hatt made several visits of inspection to the area. He found that while this line was heavily overgrown, the abandoned Mid-Sodor Railway trackbed was virtually weed-free. On inquiry, he was told that the Mid-Sodor Railway had, from motives of economy, used spoil from the lead mines as ballast, material which they could take and use merely for the asking. Once exhaustive tests had proved that the spoil really was weed-resistant, Sir Topham suggested to the management of the Culdee Fell and Skarloey Railways that they join the Northwestern Railway in a consortium to exploit it, and that a railway along the Mid-Sodor's former trackbed could be laid to taken away. The section between Arlesburg and Arlesdale was relaid with minimum gauge rails and reopened in 1967 as the Arlesdale Railway. Most of the trackbed not used for the Arlesdale Railway has now been converted into roads and scenic footpaths. So that is the story of the closure of the Mid-Sodor Railway. So thank you for redeeming 5,000 of your premium tokens on that Clackaboy. And now back to the previously scheduled game. And we're going to turn our timer back on. And yes, all of that was actual Thomas the Tank Engine lore. Because people redeem that thinking they're going to hear me talk about like the the cutesy, friendly stories about talking trains. And no, I'm just going to read you realistic sounding railway history based on the deep lore that actually existed for the source material for Thomas the Tank Engine that unfortunately has nothing to do with what they're making for kids these days. Yeah, it was based on actual railroading history, which is very interesting. Thomas is a talking locomotive, but in the original source material, I guess you could say, all of the events that happened in those stories were based on real things that happened on real railways, especially around the British Isles. And then the island of Sodor was given a real history and real railways and industries, and there's stuff. There's lore about the island of Sodor going back to ancient Rome that I've read on stream, and like all the different kings and wars that have been fought, and over many centuries. And then like once I read like a 15-minute article, and then like the last 2 minutes briefly mentioned the construction of the railway. But yes, so what I was getting at with about how Sony had given up on the PSP far too early. Yeah, so a lot of mainstream gaming media. Oh my goodness, my controller just disconnected, and I lost a ball because of that. You remember those earlier episodes of Thomas were pretty dark? Explains why there's so many banned episodes that aired maybe once. There's actually, well, I know at some point around like the mid 2000s, there was a bit more concern being shown as to the frequency of, well, after the 5th season of Thomas the Tank Engine, my gamepad disconnected, and I'm trying to, let's see if we could use, I'm going to try to use the USB connection. Nothing. Yeah, there was a bit of a concern with how many crashes were taking place on the show. Alright. You know, I've been testing for days to make sure this went smoothly, and of course, you know, scratch it off your bingo card. This didn't happen during all my equipment checks and everything, but of course, it would happen while I'm live. Okay. Please. Alright, here's what worked the last time this happened, which actually it was over a month ago this particular happened. I have to get up, gotta walk around to the back of my setup, because I made a setup where you could walk behind it in case this happens. So I'm going to unplug the dock, I'm going to plug it back in. When I say unplug the dock, I mean unplug the power. Yeah, but the first 5 seasons, the first 4 seasons of Thomas and the Tank Engine and Friends television show. Oh my gosh, did I just? Where'd my? How did I? Oh, okay. Now I unplugged the light for my console cam. Hold on. I got it. I never unplugged the light from my console cam before, so that you could actually... Alright. Yeah, but after the first 5 seasons, they started just writing all original stories that were never written by Reverend Audrey or Christopher Audrey. And it was Reverend Audrey and his son Christopher Audrey that really pushed for the railway realism more so. You just figured out how to redeem channel points the other day. You had no idea how. So you racked up a ton of points on my channel for more than a year. Oh, you could, okay, so you have a lot of points. You have a lot of points you could redeem, huh? All right. That's not a bad problem to have. Okay. All right. Can I? It seems like it's going to work now. Okay, we're good. We're good. Or can I? Please. Disconnected. Connected. Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. All right. Excuse me. But once they brought in original writers to they were sort of writing their own stories. A lot of the writers just couldn't think of much to happen in the stories other than having train crashes and like every other episode. But that was long past the point where I stopped watching Thomas on TV. As I grew up, I still remain a fan of the original books, which were written between 1945 and up through the 80s and mid 90s. Then a couple more books came out in the 2000s before Christopher Audrey ended the series. And the reason I continue to like the original books is because the original books have like so much, because they're rooted in actual British railway history, and there's a lot you could get into aside from just like the stories themselves and having, you know, cute, comfy stories that are great for kids. You could actually like, there's a lot I learned from the original stories and those earlier episodes that were based on those elements of the those more. I guess they're rooted in the more realistic tradition of railroading that the show began to drift away from as the years went on. In 2015, I took a trip to the Bluebell Railway in England, which was actually the subject of one of the original Thomas the Tank Engine books and what was called the Railway series. Because it wasn't really branded after Thomas at that point, because there were a lot of books where Thomas wasn't featured at all. In fact, Thomas wasn't in the first book that they published. He was actually introduced in the second book, which was actually called Thomas the Tank Engine. But I got to go there and see a lot of the locomotives that appeared in the original show, and that book, Stephanie the Bluebell Engine, was adapted to TV in '95. So I actually got to see. Well, I didn't see Stephanie. Stephanie was in pieces at the time, but I got to see a lot of the engines that appeared in the Thomas the Tank Engine illustrations that were made in 1960 when that book was originally published. That's what happened when I was talking, when my controller disconnected, which is not something that's happened often with my Analog Pocket. I just want to say, it hasn't happened often, but when it has, it's been a real pain in the butt. But as you see, it's not too hard to figure it out. I've actually during many streams, I've actually we've viewed the videos that I took at the Bluebell Railway, because they were like, they could not get enough of the fact that I came all the way from New York just to see their railway, because I spent a week there and I spent the entire week just on the Bluebell Railway, and they like did everything they could to make sure I had the best time possible, and I wasn't looking for special treatment. They just went out of their way to be super nice to me, because I couldn't believe someone came all the way from New York to visit them for a week. But anyway, but the Vita, so a lot of mainstream gaming media and such just commenters on forums and stuff were also saying like, oh, the 3DS is obviously going to be crushed by the Vita because it's more powerful, it has better graphics, better technology. And I was like, didn't we go through the same thing with DS versus PSP, where everyone assumed that the PSP was going to crush the DS because it had better graphics and everything? And mind you, one thing I do find ironic is the fact that one of the points against DS at the time was that, oh, well, the PSP uses modern optical discs, which are clearly the future, but the DS still uses obsolete cartridge technology. And that was a major point as to why the PSP... And this is the same thing with PlayStation versus N64. Why is Nintendo sticking with cartridges when that's... Meanwhile, when the Vita came out, it used the same game card technology that they called obsolete cartridge tech when it was in the DS, like a decade earlier. But that's just... But the thing is, I'm not... Like, I can make myself sound like I was against the PSP, but like I said, I was there on day one for the PSP at Best Buy. I got that huge... They bundled the PSP with just about everything except the game, or even a playable demo disc. They came with the Spider-Man 2 UMD, which in a world before modern smartphones... was an incredible thing to have a device and watch a high-resolution, full-color video, like in the palm of your hand, especially running off of a disc. Like, it was really incredible. Oh yeah, in Japan, when they dubbed Thomas the Tank Engine, actually Japan was the biggest country for Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, when they started, because until the late 80s, Thomas the Tank Engine was really a British thing. And it wasn't until the late 80s that they started to export the television show and make it an international franchise. They first brought it to the US, and then the next big country where it hit was Japan. In fact, there's at least 1 or 2 Thomas the Tank Engine theme parks in Japan. And when they dubbed Thomas in Japan, they actually, in the UK and North American dubs of Thomas, they dub it with a single narrator of doing all the voices for the characters and the narration. In Japan, they actually gave all the characters unique voice actors. So it's a very different sort of production. It's kind of a unique thing that Japan had for a long time. And more recent versions of the show, they do have individual voice actors for each of the machine characters and the human characters. But actually, Thomas was... probably, yeah, and to the point where when they first introduced an engine, because all the locomotives from the original Railway Series books and that they introduced in the years afterwards were based on locomotives that had operated on the British Islands. And the first locomotive from outside the British Isles that they introduced was called Hero, who was a steam locomotive from Japan. And once again, on one hand, that is sort of straying from the real-life history, because that type of locomotive wouldn't have even been the right track gauge to run on a UK railway. But that's when they started, like, hey, so many of our fans are from Japan. Let's introduce a Japanese locomotive and make that part of the lore that he came from Japan, like, decades ago to help build the railway before the other engines even got there. Yeah, but with the Vita, I remember, like, Sony, yeah, there was this common knowledge that, oh yeah, the Vita's just gonna crush the 3DS. Meanwhile, Sony was reducing. They had, like, I remember there was a press release that they were, like, reducing their shipment numbers of how many units they were going to allocate to North America for the PS Vita launch, and I was like, and once again, because Nintendo is to an extent an underdog, even though they've always kind of dominated the dedicated handheld space, since 1989 when the game I'm playing right now came out. I am older than this game, actually, which is, but I was like, yeah, Nintendo's kind of the underdog, so I'm rooting for them again, but I wanted the Vita to do well. Just the Vita, even more so than the PSP, was, because this was before the launch of the PS4. So it's like, hey, you have a home console that's rivaling the PS3's graphics even more than the PSP rivaled PS2's graphics? Because my dream, even since the 90s, was for a handheld system to rival the performance of a home console, and for handhelds to be taken more seriously. And the Vita the PSP and especially the Vita were fulfilling that in a way that Nintendo wasn't. And I appreciated that approach that Sony was taking with their handhelds. But when they reduced their shipment allotments, I was like, oh, come on, Sony, you're giving up on this thing before it even hit the market. And then the second it didn't come out and immediately crush the Vita, the 3DS, I feel like Sony just gave up on it entirely and didn't even give it a chance. All right. Now I got my Game Boy in '95, and I played Super Mario Land and a few other early Game Boy games, but I never actually even heard of this until the Nintendo 3DS came out. Not when it came out, but when its Virtual Console came out. By the way, Nintendo has recently announced that the 3DS and Wii U Virtual Consoles, the eShops, are going to shut down in March 2023. So make your wish lists and make a schedule to get those last call games bought, because it seems like right now the 3DS and Wii U are going to be the last chance for you to permanently download and purchase digital Nintendo retro Nintendo games without having to subscribe to a subscription service and like permanently keep the games, without having to stay paid up on a subscription plan. And it's also probably going to be the Wii is probably going to be the last chance you have to buy Nintendo DS games digitally, or I can't see Nintendo offering DS games digitally anytime soon on Switch or anything like that. Yeah, they just gave up on the Vita way too quickly. And then, oh yeah, that's what I was getting at. Just the fact that they, gave up on the Vita so fast. And then the funny thing is, I had someone who, like, I guess they decided for themselves, because back when I was on YouTube more so than now, because like my YouTube basically is just nothing but posting my VODs from Twitch, really. But when I was bigger on YouTube in like 2010, 11, 12, when I had a couple thousand subs, I was on the very lowest echelon of being almost mildly notable, back when having a couple thousand subs was something on the way to becoming sort of someone of note on YouTube. I decided to focus more on my educational career and my family life at that time. But someone decided that because I was saying a bunch of pro Nintendo stuff and doing a lot of Nintendo news, that I was some kind of radical Nintendo fanboy who hated Xbox and PlayStation. So they made this huge video, really going way over the top, making really personal insults against me, based on the assumption that they thought I hated PlayStation and Xbox. And part of the reason and what happened was they were reporting, they were doing a podcast, and they were recording. It was a live broadcasted podcast, and then it was available as an MP3 afterwards. And they were basically reporting how PlayStation Sony was reducing PS Vita shipments for the North American launch, and then they're like, yeah, well, and they took it out on. They explicitly said that they were taking it out by getting mad at me. And they thought I was going to have a fiery, over-the-top, response. And I didn't. I basically just, shrugged it off. And the second they did that, they panicked and were like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I misunderstood you. And your dreadlocks are way cooler than mine. And I didn't even know. I only heard this guy's voice. I didn't even know what this guy looked like. And that's another thing. You don't have to show your face, to be legitimate on the internet. But it's like, I showed my face, and this guy's just, I don't even know what he looks like. So, if you got your Game Boy with Pokemon Red, you think that's why DS and 3DS? No, Game Boy really, Pokemon reinvented the Game Boy's lifespan. And it reinvented the Game Boy story as a product, frankly. Super Mario Land, and it's theoretically, now we're gonna get into this if you stick with me long enough, but it could be, I just considered this for the first time. It may even have been Pokemon that shifted the story of the Game Boy from being something that appealed to kids as well as adults, to being maybe more of a kid-centric system. Because if you look at a lot of the early marketing for Game Boy, they were marketing it as much to adult professionals who might have train commutes to work, who might spend a lot of time in waiting rooms, in offices, or waiting for trains or planes. They were really marketing it as much to adult professionals with time to kill as much as they were to kids who wanted to play the newest Mario or whatever. And I wonder, and games like this are part of that story. Games like golf, Tetris especially. There was a decision where, I was watching an interview with someone from Nintendo or someone from Bulletproof Software or someone like that, who they had the discussion at Nintendo, what game to include with the Game Boy. And they're like, listen, if we bundle this with Super Mario Land, which would have been the more obvious choice to bundle with Game Boy, if we include Mario Land, we're gonna sell this to young boys, which is a market we already know we've got cornered. If we bundle this with Tetris, we could sell it to kids, we could sell it to adults, we could sell it to all genders, all ages, and we could sell it as something for adults as well as just for young boys who want to play the newest Mario adventure. You know what I mean? And I wonder if Pokemon, it certainly expanded the Game Boy's lifespan. And I think there's been interviews where they said they held back on introducing a next generation successor to Game Boy because of how popular Pokemon was. And I know there was a point where I believe, I'd have to look to see what research I can do, but I understand that Link's Awakening on Game Boy also kind of was a bit of a renaissance in the history of the Game Boy as well in Japan. It was doing okay, but not super great. But then Link's Awakening kind of reinvented the scope and scale of what a Game Boy game could be. Now, oh my goodness. Now that loss right there, that was entirely due to me glancing at my broadcast software instead of at the... But look, we've already spent a half hour just playing this one game. As I get better and better... Oh yeah, I never got to tell you the story. Okay, that's what I was getting at. And of course, these stories segue as I go along. But so I never played or heard of this game until the 3DS... That's what I got. I started talking about 3DS Virtual Console and the Wii U Virtual Console and everything. Now they're shutting it down in a year. from the time of me filming this. But with the 3DS Virtual Console launch, it was May 2011. No, it was March 2011 that 3DS comes out. And it was a pretty bare bones system. And then the update that brought the eShop and Virtual Console to the system did not come out until June 2011. So it kind of, my tradition, I lived about an hour train ride from New York City, and my tradition at the time was always to go to the Nintendo World Store in Rockefeller Center in Manhattan, because they'd have live viewing parties for Nintendo's E3 presentation each year. And so I'd get up at 5 in the morning, because there would be a line to get in, so you wanted to get there early. So I'd get up at 5 in the morning or something, and so I got up that morning, did the update to add the 3DS eShop, and downloaded Super Mario Land and Alleyway, which is a game I'd never heard of before I saw it on the eShop that morning. I discovered, there was a Breakout clone that launched with the Game Boy, and I never even heard of it. And because that was 2011. And then when I was early on in college, so we're talking 2000, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, whatever. I was playing, what was I playing? I got back into Game Boy. I found a Game Boy Pocket at Goodwill, and it got me back into Game Boy. And I was playing some of the Game Boy games I still had in my collection at the time. And it was really the first, and I was going back in 26, okay, we got to add this to our 2690, 2020. I'm going to add this to my scores. I'm not going to calculate it into my spreadsheet till later. So, 2690. Yeah, so I'll play a little bit longer while I tell this story of how I first played Alleyway. So I downloaded Super Mario Land and Alleyway. Oh yeah, that's what I was getting at. So a few years earlier, I was playing Game Boy Pocket, and I was rebuying a few games from my 90s Game Boy collection that I had since sold or traded away or had gotten stolen by so-called friends over the years back in the 90s. So I was building my collection back up, and I was looking for, I somehow accidentally discovered that I had no idea that Balloon Kid existed, and what Balloon Kid is a direct sequel to Balloon Fight, that unlike Balloon Fight, which was kind of a single-screen platformer with that sort of endless runner sort of balloon trip mode, Balloon Kid was an actual full-fledged platformer using the... Balloon Kid was a full-fledged platformer using the Balloon... Yeah, Balloon Kid was a full-fledged platformer using the Balloon Fight balloon physics and mechanics. And I was so shocked. I'm like, how did I not know that there was a full-fledged sequel to Balloon Fight that was actually like a real platformer, and I had no idea it existed in the first couple years of the Game Boy's life. And so I was looking for old Game Boy games that I overlooked, important games that was part of the Game Boy's history. And I somehow overlooked that there was a Game Boy, there was a Nintendo published, Intelligent Systems developed Breakout clone for the Game Boy. So I downloaded it for the 3DS, and mind you, this is the first time I'm playing Super Mario Land on a handheld system since the late 90s. So that alone was amazing. And then there was that filter where you could add in the green screen mode. Yeah, you heard of Balloon Kid? Yeah, it's a full-fledged platformer sequel to Balloon Fight. But you don't play as the Balloon Fight guy. You play as a little girl named Alice. And like in the Balloon Trip mode in Balloon Fight, you scroll from right to left, actually. And it actually does... It uses the same start button, pause start effect as Super Mario Land. And so I have nostalgia for this game, but it's nostalgia for E3 2011, because it's okay, the day of Nintendo's E3 2011 presentation, I'm excited for the reveal of a new Nintendo system. We don't even know the name Wii U yet. We just know the successor to Wii is going to be revealed. I have the newest Nintendo handheld, got an update. Now I'm playing Virtual Console Game Boy games, playing handheld original generation Game Boy games in a handheld for the first time since the late 90s, and then I discover an all-new Nintendo handheld launch game that I'm playing on the train all the way into the city. Like, it was... So I have unique memories of this, but it wasn't from the 90s. Now, Super Mario Land, I do have memories of the 90s from. This is not my copy from the 90s that my dear aunt gave me. This is a copy I brought only about a month ago, right? Mid-January I bought this. I didn't realize I did not own a copy of Super Mario Land. Because I would have used it. It would have been the first game I tested my Analog Pocket with back when I did those streams. You could check those out. They're still up on. They're still up here on Twitch, and you can also look in my VODs on YouTube. But for now, what we're gonna do next is we're gonna go to my magazines. We're not gonna look at the Mario Land guide yet, but we're gonna look at Electronic Gaming Monthly #1. Where is it? Okay, so here's EGM #1, and we have a few articles we're going to read from this. So this is covering Mega Man 2. You have the Tengen version of Tetris that ended up being removed from sale due to the lawsuit with Nintendo over the publishing rights. So this is the first properly published issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly issued under that name. We read this on the last magazine stream I did a while ago. But, alright, so check this out. I'm going to skip straight to the focus here. 1989 will also see a new emphasis on handheld games. And I'm going to zoom in on this a bit. 1989 will also see a new emphasis on handheld games. Rumors indicate that Nintendo may be leading the way with a mid-range cartridge system that will play a variety of games on specially developed 2-inch LCD screen. So they're not even calling it the Game Boy. They're just saying its rumors indicate that Nintendo may be leading the way with a mid-range cartridge system that will play games on a specially developed 2-inch LCD screen. So here we have some ads. If you want to read me in detail with me, you can look on my VODs from my last magazine reading stream I did. One thing I will notice, I'll just point out quickly, the advertisements and the actual content are very poorly differentiated from each other because they're written like legitimate, like actual disinterested articles. But then they'll be like, oh, contact information on where you could buy it yourself. Same here. You have this cabinet thing you could order the parts for and assemble, put your TV and your NES in there and play like an arcade cabinet. It reads like an article, but then down here it says, oh, for more contacts, write this address to find out how to buy your own. So it's a little sketchy there as to the how frank they're being with the nature of these as being advertisements. All right. So I'm just gonna. You remember that joystick? Oh, I was playing games not long after this, but I was definitely not reading the game magazines at that time. So the power of the arcade's in the palm of your hands. With arcade and home video games experiencing tremendous growth, it's only natural that other forms of electronic gaming feel the effects as well. Computer gaming has exploded with the penetration of the MS-DOS machines in the home and business markets. Now Nintendo and other big guns are preparing for the next offensive, handheld games. While companies like Tiger have had a tight grip on this small segment of electronic gaming with low-priced but highly playable LCD titles, veteran names like Konami are banking on the success that the handhelds are generating. Nintendo, a company that got its start in consumer video games with a diversified line of multi-screen handhelds, is so confident that standalones are the wave of the future that they are rumored to be releasing a portable LCD system that will play game cartridges on a special 2x2-inch screen. Novel concept, eh? The main unit is expected to sell for around $70, while the plug-in carts will retail for around $20. This pricing puts the Nintendo unit in a slightly better position than the last wholly contained video game system, the Vectrex, introduced in the early 80s. Which was less than a decade ago at the time they were writing this, which is crazy to think about. But yeah, play game cartridges on a 2x2-inch built-in screen. Novel concept, eh? I saw it years ago when you went to Toys R Us with your dad. Never bought it, but you looked through, not at 110 Canadian. Wow. Yeah, even unadjusted for modern currency rates, that sounds like it's pretty expensive. And now I'm gonna scroll this back over a bit, and I think that this is a fast. Clackaboy is saying that it has come to my attention that a local IKEA just got a furniture display cabinet you want. You'll be taking your stream on the road now to IKEA. All right, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to be part of your daily routine as you go to get the cabinet you wanted. As we ironically just looked at sort of a cabinet-like fixture. Now, this rumor of a Nintendo system with a built-in screen was so fast developing, was quickly developing, because you see up on those upper articles, they weren't even calling it the Game Boy. They weren't even really, they kind of were comparing it to the Vectrex as the closest thing they have to compare it to, because there's nothing quite like a Game Boy, or, like, even at this point, I think they even mentioned the Atari Lynx before it was even called the Lynx. And it's kind of mentioned as a rumored upcoming system that they don't have much info on yet. But let's scroll down a bit. So here they call it Nintendo's handheld Game Boy system. So here, this article is developing so quickly that I think different writers, like those upper articles, were written before they had the Game Boy name, and I think they finalized those articles and didn't even add the new information we have here, because here we actually have the first image of the system. And if you look at the bullet points, if you can see my mouse cursor, those bullet points, like those arrows pointing to different aspects of the system, were definitely, I think, it makes me think that they photocopied this from some kind of spec sheet or press kit that Nintendo printed. For Real Fan is saying that games here were stupidly expensive in the early to mid 90s. Games as much as $60 to $90 Canadian at launch, and then PS1 came out. You just started renting games between the 2 days of the year. You're able to get a new one on your birthday, Christmas and birthday. Yeah, not because of for our currency rates in the 90s. I mean, they were less expensive in the US in that time period, but really they were expensive to an extent that unadjusted for inflation, only like modern games for like the Xbox Series and the PlayStation 5 are getting back up to those prices again. But in the cartridge era, those games were getting really expensive on Super Nintendo and N64. Looking back on it now, it's insane we were complaining about the prices back then. Or for Genesis could be 300 Canadian with tax. Now it's like 600 for a new console here. Yeah, pretty much same in the US right now too. Now let's check this out. Nintendo has had few problems reviving the home video game industry with their Nintendo Entertainment System. Actually, they had a lot of challenges, which are very well documented now, but this is before a lot of those stories were known. A lot of the first times we got to hear some of the background details of what it took for Nintendo to break into the North American video game market and recover the industry after the Atari crash of the mid-'80s. Were kind of covered in David Sheff's book, Game Over, Press Start to Continue. That was a book I read back in the 90s, and it was really illuminating. Like, a lot of the David Sheff's book was the first time I and a lot of people heard about the stories of how Nintendo was renting a warehouse at the time, and in North America, the stories of how Nintendo started to develop. They made playing cards and toys in Japan, starting in the late 19th century before they became an electronics company decades down the line. But a lot of the details, a lot of the anecdotal stories in Game Over, Press Start to Continue have since been discredited or are considered to have just been fluffed up for entertainment purposes. So they're much more accurate, more strictly factual books since then. But at the time, David Sheff's book was a huge revelation in terms of just the availability of history and knowledge about early Nintendo even just finding out the existence of the Famicom or the Family Computer. That's not something that was commonly known outside of Japan at the time. But anyway, Nintendo has had few problems reviving the home games industry with their Nintendo Entertainment System. Nintendo is now banking on a new interchangeable cartridge system that will play a variety of arcade-style games in a self-contained handheld unit. Nintendo's next great game system, called Game Boy. And mind you, the official styling for Game Boy, on the system it's Game Space Boy, and the official styling for the Game Boy brand is capital Game, capital G Game, space, capital B Boy. But it's often written as capital Game and capital B Boy as a single word like we have here. Now, sort of like how with Xbox, you still see people to this day write it as the letter X hyphen BOX, when the official branding since 2001 has been just X space box. But for real fans saying you were blown away when your sister got a Super Nintendo with Donkey Kong Country and Super Mario World. You ended up getting a Genesis the same year for Christmas and got Sonic 1, so we take turns playing both systems. So console wars never made sense to you until you were in your teens. You realized Nintendo back then was focusing on family friendly, and Nintendo was bringing out stuff like Shinobi and Streets of Rage. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Nintendo, they did have... I'm not too versed in the genre, but yeah, they were definitely censoring a lot of their violence in multi-platform releases like the Mortal Kombat 1. I think by Mortal Kombat 2, they kind of learned their lesson and just had the devs put a warning on it or something. But I think there was, Final Fight and some other similar games, maybe sort of... Yeah, then Conquer happened. Yeah, and it's funny because now Nintendo's known for not censoring their games, and Sony PlayStation is the one that's getting controversy for censoring violent or sexual content in their titles. But yeah, among the first games being offered is Super Mario Land, a Super Mario spin-off loaded with hidden items and plenty of worlds to explore, and Alleyway, Alley Space Way, which we just played, an Arkanoid-ish wall breaker. The unit itself is sort of shaped like a Walkman and comes with a standard Nintendo flat pad, 2 buttons, and selected start buttons built into the surface of the unit. It uses dot matrix images to create the different game screens on its green monitor. The unit is expected to retail for around $70, with game carts coming in around $20. And I think that is accurate to the launch price of the system. Nintendo's Game Boy with Super Mario Land. Now here's a little blurb we're going to get into here. In a related story, EGM has discovered that the rumored Epix game system is not a 16-bit mega system, but rather a self-contained color handheld cartridge unit. The steep $160 price tag that is rumored to go with the Epix system may scare off potential buyers, especially in the company of Nintendo, but the game graphics and color resolution have been described as extraordinary by those who have seen it. Stay tuned. Now, this Epix handheld system, this eventually was released as the Atari Lynx. So, because Epix was the company that actually developed it, and then they sold the technology to Atari, who released it as the Atari Lynx. And if you look at the system here, I mean, and if you look back, if you think of the phrase Game Boy, it's easy to forget because Game Boy has become such an established brand in its own right, such an iconic brand. But Game Boy really is kind of just a parody of the Walkman branding in a sense, right? It's like Walkman is like, oh, it's, for adults and, you walk with it and you're a man or whatever. I mean, even the Walkman branding itself is kind of weird. Probably makes more sense in Japan where English language words aren't taken so literally. Like, for instance, when the English word new is used in Japanese marketing for products made in Japan, such as the new Super Mario Bros. Series, the word new does not have the chronological sense of timeliness. It just means sort of deluxe or enhanced, not that it's a newly arrived product. So in Japan, the word, even as the years go on, the new Super Mario Bros. Games never had that sense of irony to it. Whereas in America, people are saying, like, well, they're called new Super Mario Brothers games, even though they've been, like, a bunch of them, even though they've really only been 5 at the most, and they've been out for years, so it's not new anymore. Whereas in Japan, that's not a marketing problem. So, yeah, you see it now. It's even designed like an old school Walkman. And it's kind of, but like I said, even though they did call it Game Boy, they were marketing it heavily towards adult professionals who had time in waiting rooms on trains or planes or buses, or spent time, back then. as we'll get into going forward, because now we're going to get into some of the video contents for the stream today. Now, I do have... Will it wake up? Did my controller disconnect? Please tell me my controller did not disconnect. Please behave. Alright. Please wake up. Will you be good to me, controller? I should not have let it fall asleep. I should have kept it up. And, because I've got some games to play, but I did not, while I was running the videos. Yeah, well, that issue is exactly why Nintendo moved away from the Game Boy branding when they got into the DS generation, and they wanted to focus on that older adult market again. That they sort of lost as they got later into the 90s. Please wake up. Please wake up. All right. Well, we're going to start this. Now, what this is, this first video is going to be an infomercial for introducing the concept of the Game Boy. And I guess this is something that would have played on monitors in the electronic sections of department stores and things like that at the time. If I need to adjust the volume, let me know. But I did some experimenting. This should work pretty good.
Honey, where's Andrew?
He's playing Nintendo. You better unplug the system.
There you are, Andrew. Come on, let's go. Time to go. Lots of sleep. We gotta go, buddy. Come on.
The other thing you noticed more than a couple years ago, when Gunstar and Pete brought up about how the Nintendo DS games variants include DS in their titles, that having DS on the end. Oh yeah, like yeah, Game Girl.
Taking it out of them is another story.
Oh yeah, like Dawn of Sorrow, like D and S.
You can take it to the lake. You can take it on a date.
You better have a nerdy person you're going on a date with, but I want to show this off real quick. Oh no, I did not mean to do that. Okay, we're gonna have to jump back.
You can take it on a date.
No, we do not want... I just want to show... Yeah, this guy playing the Game Boy on a fishing boat. I mean, a fishing boat. A fishing boat, you think of like a commercial, like, trawler or something. But anyway, they actually did come out with a sonar accessory for the Game Boy that was marketed to fishermen so that they could detect fish underwater. I just wanted to point that out, but yeah. So intensely 80s marketing right here.
You can take it to a blurry picture show.
With what light?
You can take it to the game. You can take it on a plane.
Okay. Yeah, this, out of all those scenarios, this is like the most realistic so far. This is the one they really did actually genuinely push in the marketing. Yeah, I get told to go outside, just bring the Game Boy with you. Especially, like, the direct sunlight is almost what you need to play the game in the first place. But yeah, the professional, the adult business person with a long flight and has some time to kill. Alright. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did my dock crash? Huh. Oh, this is so intensely 80s.
Across key joystick, AD start and select buttons, screen contrast, and volume control. Powerful CPU and microprocessors allow complex scrolling.
Alright, there we go. And come on, controller. Come on. Be good to me, controller. Hey, we got it. We're live. And look at... Okay, look at that early version of Tetris right there. That is not the final version of the Tetris box art. I don't have the cartridge handy. I do have... Let's see. I have Super Mario Land, which I'm playing later, but I do have Sonic Spinball for Game Gear. I have special plans for this down the line. But I just want to mute my... There we go. I'm just going to mute my game capture so I could play. Yeah, look at that. I just wanted to point out that early version of Tetris right there. Please. Okay, there we go. There we go. And look, that's not even a final... That is clearly not a final cartridge. That's kind of an EPROM cartridge. The light was a battery eater, but let you play at night on the way home. Did you have the kind of light where there are the actual prongs that you kind of slip in behind the battery so that you're powering the Game Boy and the light at the same time? Because by the time I got a light for my Game Boy, well, I did get a light until Game Boy Color. It was one of the big... It was for my purple Game Boy Color, so I had a purple thing. It goes over it, and it's shown the light on the screen, and it had the magnifier. But it took its own AAA batteries. And then later on, I got a worm light, and that just, you know, you just plugged it in, it just siphoned power through the Game Link cable port. Yeah, they probably used... Oh yeah, that I've never seen that carrying case before. I do have, let's see, what case do I have? Now, the case that I had with my Game Boy was this one. Now, how I got my Game Boy, my dear aunt worked for a major airline, and when people forgot to bring things with them, they went into the lost and found, and after like a year or something, if the items were not claimed by the passenger that left them behind, they legally became the property of the airline. The airline had to do something with it, so they raffled them off to employees. So it was 95. I already had Game Gear and stuff. I had Game Gear since like 91. And I went to my aunt's, and she gave me like 3 or 4 or 5 Game Boys and like a dozen games and this carrying case and a bunch of other accessories. And that's the case I had that's on screen right there. And I thought, I mean, I loved Game Gear. I loved that you could play in the dark and everything. I didn't love how it ate through batteries. But I spent like that whole trip to my aunt when I went to go. It was the longest plane ride I'd ever been on to go visit her too, which made it even cooler. But the rest of that trip, I was cruising all over town, you know, with my mom and my aunt as they went shopping or whatever, with that dorky thing around my neck. Because even with the more technically more powerful and more advanced Game Gear, so there was something so cool and sleek in its own way about the Game Boy, and I thought I was so cool with this thing, strapped around my my shoulder. But yeah, this hard case, if that's what that is, I've never seen that before outside that large battery pack. There's a space for that in that pouch. I do have that pouch still, that Game Boy shoulder bag. I don't know where I put it, though. Well, it's in my storage unit, which is in another state. It's like very, very far away from here, because I put my stuff in a storage unit when I moved where I'm at now, and I have to go there and...
The beauty of the system is that once you own Game Boy, you can change games as often as you like, simply by replacing the game cartridge.
Oh my gosh! Okay, hold on. I just noticed this for the first time. Hold on. I think that's if we could... Yeah, it's hard to... But if you look at this, hold on. It's very, very blurry. Very blurry. However, you can see that very faded Alleyway logo, the logo from the Alleyway title screen, at the top of that cartridge. So they were using some assets from the screenshots from the game to make a crude placeholder label art for the game here. Yeah, and once again they have to establish and explain the idea that no, this isn't like those Tiger games. This isn't like those Coleco handhelds. This actually has unique cartridges that you could flip in and out. And yes, the sound mixing is awful. The music is way too loud compared to the narrator. And I don't know why they decided to put it on a 3x3 display. Okay. Okay, we'll be reading... I don't know if that Nintendo Power specific... We have some... After the Super Mario Land gameplay session, after we watch these videos, I'm going to make one good attempt at beating Super Mario Land. Then we're gonna read a bunch of magazine coverage around the preview leading up to the launch of the Game Boy, like, you know, because these, as you see in EGM, like they're like covering the first rumors of Game Boy. Nintendo Power, however, they were actually run by Nintendo of America, so they did not acknowledge any product until they were officially ready to. Like other magazines back in the 90s were covering Pokemon Gold and Silver since something like that. And I do have the PDFs ready to go. Like for Pokemon, for example, in the like in the late night, like as soon as news about Pokemon Gold and Silver was coming out, they were covering it in other magazines, but Nintendo Power did not start covering Pokemon Gold and Silver until the immediate lead up to the North American launch. So you're reading stuff in Nintendo Power being reported as new news that I had known about more than a year. For instance, and as from what I understand, the people who were working, and this is pre-internet, and I remember a story from someone who was working at Nintendo Power back, in like around this time period. They'd never heard of Game Boy until one day they just got a box from Japan, and they just had a Game Boy and a bunch of games and accessories in it. And they said, "Hey, review this for Nintendo Power Magazine because we're coming out with this in a couple of months." That's just how they discovered the existence of the Game Boy. It wasn't like now where there's a year or more of lead up, to it. But anyway.
They'll hear about it via Nintendo's player support program, including game counselor line with over 100.
And so what this is saying, hey, they're going to read about it in the magazine. They're going to hear about it on our hotline. What they're doing is they're telling the game store owners, hey, watch out. You better have this new system and the games and accessories for it as soon as it comes out, or else your customers are going to be asking for it and you're not going to be able to meet the demand.
Climb on board, and you won't miss.
Wait, hold on.
Climb on board.
Okay, look at this. Start 1-1. So, I don't know if there's a level select code for Super Mario Land, but if it's not, then that's something unique for this this maybe a pre-release version of Super Mario Land here. Okay, keep continuing on.
Miss the ride to the next generation of video play. Here today in Game Boy from Nintendo.
All
I know
right.
what I see here. I see every single house wasting money. Why?
I see an ad I'm going to skip because I am not. Okay, so what this is here. Now I do have some videotapes from when I was little, and this commercial is on at least a couple of those videotapes. This is not from my personal collection, but this copy. But this is on a couple of old videotapes that I do have of cartoons and stuff like that. This is the first North American commercial for the Game Boy. I know it aired in the US. I don't know if it aired in Canada. There's a Game Genie code for level select. I don't know if... there is no file save in Super Mario Land 1. There's definitely a Game Genie code for level select, so they may have programmed it in for beta testing purposes and maybe took it away later for the retail version, or it's just a simple, like, oh, press select when you get a game over, or something like that. So the first Game Boy commercial.
All the power and excitement of Nintendo right in the palm of your hand. Introducing Game Boy. It's portable, it's in stereo, and its games are interchangeable. Game Boy.
You see, you have the final version of Tetris now.
New game Tetris. And for head-to-head competition, use video.
I mean, Tetris was already established at this point, but it was just who would get the home video game versions of it.
Now you're
Hold on. So, you have this sort of, for the original box art, and one thing I'm going to note, well, it's cool that it came with the headphones. Oh, wow, and it included AA batteries. That's pretty wild. I don't know if it included the link cable, but if you look at the Game Boy, you'll see that it's an actual retail Game Boy system. And later ads for the Game Boy, up through the rest of the Game Boy's lifespan, for these commercials, they would use prop Game Boys that had giant oversized Game Boy branding beneath the screen instead of the smaller Nintendo Game Boy branding you see on here. So we're going to replay this with a little less...
You're playing with power, portable power.
Alright, so what this is from a video. If you look this up, it's called Nintendo The Power of Choice Training. This is a video that was made for Nintendo salespeople who would maintain and the Nintendo section of stores and actually occupy that section of the store to hand out leaflets, to provide hands-on demonstrations. They would maintain the demo units and make sure that the latest games were in them. and give information for the clueless parents and grandparents who are buying it for their kids, helping people arrange setup and troubleshooting and repair of their systems. Here, I just cut out the several sections related specifically to Game Boy, including a section dedicated entirely to the Game Boy, and it's a lot of just the guys setting up the display. It's not especially exciting, but after that, we've got a section where, now I'm going to turn up the volume a little bit here. I'm going to turn the volume a tiny bit here. Hold on. 23.
As part of your job, you're going to
turn the volume up a little bit. You shouldn't be overpowering me. Now, this is a instructional video for salespeople. It's not super exciting or anything. But after that, we get we're going to have some, I guess, role-playing scenarios where you're going to see people talk to Nintendo representatives and role-play a situation that a salesperson might have with a buyer. But you're going to see more of that pushing the Game Boy as a product for adults, and they cite that up to half of their users as of 1990 or 91 when this video was released were adults at that time. And then by 2004, you have Nintendo an E3 in May that year citing NPD sales numbers that up to a third of Game Boy Advance owners at that time were over the age of 18, which was actually was a number that turned a lot of heads at the time, saying like, wow, there are more than a third of the Game Boy Advance players are adults, which was considered a surprisingly high number. But even back then, up to half of the Game Boy owners were over the age of 18.
On the face of your Game Boy, you have several control keypads.
You had they had a couple at the Toys R Us you used to go to. Your dad got a Nintendo cleaner for his NES back then. You wish you held on to anything? Now, I'm going to tell you something as I continue. Oh my gosh, the game. Wait, please reconnect, please. I let it sit for too long.
Second being the select on the left-hand side, and then
but
magenta or purple buttons, the A and the B button. To start a game.
Yeah, I was one of the last people. I got my NES serviced by Nintendo of America in 2001, and I've been asking around over the years. As far as I know, I'm the last person to get their NES serviced by Nintendo of America. There's not that I'm aware of, and I'm not sure if it's a problem with the dock or a problem with the I think it's really more the controller being funny. I just know restarting the dock from scratch seems like the best solution I've found so far.
With your demonstrator kit,
this is the first time I've streamed. Okay, connected. There we go. This isn't particularly exciting, so I'm just going to be playing as we go along.
One of them is marked with the number MM101. The other key could be CH751. You may have to try either one of those to open the back of this. To open the back, simply...
Yeah, like I said, it's a really dry instructional video for this section. So, and of course the only way to do this was with a CRT little tube set at the time.
The first thing we're going to do is adjust the volume. That's attained on the left-hand side.
So what was the
small aluminum shaft?
Yeah, so I got so in 2001 I got my NES. I sent it to Nintendo of America, and all they were doing, it was just like the games we were playing. It was just flashing on and off. And hold on, time to do a little math. Okay, so 2022. Hold on.
Flip it to the right to turn your power off, and to the left to turn it back on. You must flip it to the right to turn the power off before removing the game pack. To remove the game pack, press your fingers underneath the game pack, push up, and pull out. That removes the game pack, and you can place a different game pack or the same game pack back in.
Dig that Metroid 2 music in the background. And yes, I'm using a TI. I'm using a calculator that actually was on the market pretty much in this exact form at the time.
And turn your power back on.
Yeah, later on in the closer to the mid 90s. So let's see. In 1993, I mean the last NES game came out in 94, 95, I think. But 1993 was the last year they really marketed the NES on mainstream television with the release of stuff like Kirby's Adventure. when you look at, so that's 8 years ago. So let's say 2000, so 2021, excuse me, 2022 minus 8 equals. So, okay, the NES was still being marketed on TV 8 years earlier, which would be like 1990, the equivalent of a system from 2014. In 2014, what was out? The Wii U. But in 2001, me getting my NES serviced, which a game I was playing in 2001 was Kirby's Adventure. And so that game was 8 years old at the time. It seemed like ancient history. I'm like, wow, this game is 8 years old. This game was on the NES, released in the early 90s. And meanwhile, nowadays, that would be the equivalent game to that. Would be, oh my gosh, okay, Kirby's Rainbow Curse in 2022 is as old as Kirby's Adventure was in 2001. That's crazy. But anyway, Nintendo.
Also inside, you can access the Game Boy Power Switch.
Nintendo sent me, when they sent the NES back, they sent it with a bunch of like promotional material for the NES that I guess had just been sitting around their offices and their workshops for years, and they had no one to give it to. And I guess they were so ecstatic that someone got their NES repaired that they sent it back to me with flyers for the Nintendo Fun Club, which was the pre-Nintendo Power newsletter that Nintendo used to have.
Similar to the Game Boy's dual-wide countertop display. Some of these units have been modified with video units inside that reflect the images from the screen on the Game Boy so that other customers can...
Which is obviously the smarter display because it lets other people other than the person playing the display, see what's going on the game.
Play head-to-head. Remember again, you must have the same game pad
and they
before you can play head-to-head competition.
And they sent that when they sent me the my stuff. They also included an NES cleaning kit that I still have like the like clean unused cleaning heads for it.
Open the door, being very careful not to drop.
Yeah, make sure you use the right key.
Open the door, reach up inside, and adjust your volume control. Or to change the game pack, you will need to turn off the power on the Game Boy. Pull out the game pack, put in your new game pack, make sure the label is facing down, and turn the power back on.
And remember, they were clever, those Nintendo designers. They specifically designed the Game Boy so that it was impossible under normal circumstances to completely remove the cartridge while the Game Boy switch was on.
One key, place it into the lock at the top center of the unit.
Wait for a second, I think they were actually playing Alleyway on that screen.
On the left-hand side, you'll find your electronic amplifier board. Your volume control is standing straight up. Turn that clockwise to increase volume, counterclockwise to decrease the volume. On the back of the unit, on the back of the panel, you'll find your Game Boy. To change game packs, you turn the power switch off. Pull your game pack out by applying pressure and lifting up. To place a new game pack back in,
and yeah, and they do have to, they can't assume that whoever is going to be seeing this video, whoever needs to know this information, is going to actually own any of these products in their personal life or even be a gamer. So they really... Okay, so that's how they set up the display. Now listen to this part.
How many games are available for the Game Boy? 115 right now. I want to go back to this Game Boy product.
This is from 1990, I think.
Competition has some really fancy features.
Look at all those unopened... Look at all those unopened NES games in the background, and Super Nintendo games too. So, okay, so Super Nintendo. So this had to be late '91.
Batteries last just a few hours, 4 to 6 hours, and hours last for much longer than that. Okay. And that's one of the advantages of not having a color screen is that really, in the long run, it's cheaper.
Okay. Who is one of the recommended users of that Game Boy system?
Well, almost anybody. Little kids enjoy it. Women love the Game Boy. It's portable. It can be taken on trips on planes and trains and boats. I found that in talking to people, everybody enjoys the Game Boy. Over half of the users on the Game Boy are adults.
Great.
That definitely sounds like the system for us.
Great.
Hey, Dad, look at this.
Wow, that's great.
I want to just... real quick before we get to this next part, there's a story I heard I don't know the source for it. You can probably look it up. Apparently, there was a few years ago. There was a very elderly woman in Japan who loved playing Tetris on an original model Game Boy. And her Game Boy, it finally broke. It finally stopped working. And they sent it to Nintendo and asked, like, you know, in Japan, they asked if there was any way they could fix it because she doesn't know how to use, like, a newer device, and she's, you know, very old, and it's the only thing she wants to play on. And then Nintendo actually sent a brand new unopened original model Game Boy for her. Like, that is such a sweet story. You know, I hope she's still enjoying her Game Boy, or chilling at home with her family, playing her brand new original model, perfect condition Game Boy. It's such a nice story. But we cannot. I'm not gonna. Okay, so let's continue. Oh, for real fan, I missed a chat there. You want the cabinet your old dentist had when you were a kid? He had a Sega Genesis hooked up to it with 10 games, and all you did was push a button to change the game on the fly without having to open up and manually switch the cartridge on the system. That's pretty cool. I had my teeth worked on about a year ago, and they had a TV with Netflix on it. Unfortunately, they didn't have classic Thomas the Tank Engine, so I had them play one of the more recent Pokemon movies, Pokemon The Power of Us, which I liked a lot when I saw it in theaters at a special screening pre-COVID.
I'm looking for a gift for my husband for the holidays.
Okay.
He's a kid at heart. He's always playing the Nintendo.
Look at all that! Look at that vest they get to wear and that hat and everything.
I was thinking of buying another game for him, but I don't know. Do you have something else in mind?
Well, I have a couple games that he might be interested in, but I have a system that you might be interested in for him. Have you ever heard of the Nintendo Game Boy?
I might have heard of it.
Okay, well, these kids are playing it over here right now, and the Game Boy system allows you to take video game play with you. It's a portable unit. It comes with stereo.
You could take video game play with you. Look how explicitly they have to explain this concept to people back then.
It's available for it out on the market.
Oh, well, I noticed that it has doesn't look like a colored screen. I know there's another one out on the market that does have a colored screen. What can you tell me about that?
Well, this has a black and white or almost a yellow color screen. It's called an LCD screen.
They even say it's like a green screen, like a yellow colored screen.
The system comes with 4 batteries, and you can get about 30 hours of gameplay with those 4 batteries. Other systems only allow about...
Yeah, that's not too much of an
The
exaggeration.
other thing about the color screen is they're much heavier, so they impact the portability of it.
Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate. I remember changing my batteries about once a month. Maybe twice a month when I was in full Pokemania mode. Because I didn't have Game Boy Pocket. I had my original model Game Boy when I was hold on. I gotta turn the audio down a few clicks. Alright. Yeah, I had my original model gray brick Game Boy when Pokemon came out. I actually did not own a Game Boy Pocket until the early 2000s when I found one at a thrift shop, and that's when I was cruising around with the Game Boy Pocket in college. That was before retro gaming was like it was now. So even among like the sort of more nerdy people in my college, I was kind of eccentric at that moment. Once again, playing with an actual Game Boy there.
You get old. But you could get old if you stop playing. Game Boy from Nintendo.
No, we're gonna skip this. Alright. Okay.
The adult world is designed to keep us moving. And while this may make us more efficient, it's not exactly a party. Luckily, technology has produced a cure. It's called a Game Boy, the personal game-playing system.
Here we go.
With lots of sports, action, and puzzle games to choose.
Look at the games like golf and that racing game, and the Dr. Mario. Those are the games they're pushing in this commercial. Look at that giant Game Boy logo on there. They use that they made that. Now, okay. Now, let me rewind to the beginning of this ad. Now, this is the ad. This is the last of our videos for tonight. This is the ad. Yeah, Dr. Mario in black and white, no less. And apparently, I saw a couple of screenshots of what, like, Tetris Attack looks like on the original Game Boy, and I'm surprised by how good it looks. But Dr. Mario, like Puzzle League, you have those big bold shapes like the circle, the diamond, and so forth, with the triangle. In the boxes, with Dr. Mario, I'm not sure how good. Like Tetris, you have the shapes, and they're just textured differently, but you have the physical shapes looking different. Dr. Mario is one of those games I could understand being maybe harder to translate to 4 Shades of Grey. Now, here's the commercial for Super Mario Land. This is a commercial I have on my videotapes from when my mother and grandmother would record cartoons that I was watching back in this time period. But at this point, I just didn't care about video games at this point. I didn't really care about video games until Sonic the Hedgehog, and that's when my parents got me my Game Gear in 91. And so at this point, I didn't care much about Mario. Even video games, I just sort of knew that video games are some kind of electronic toy that you connect to your television. I knew about Mario. I knew that there was a Nintendo Entertainment System and also a Nintendo Entertainment System that was somehow better. But I wasn't really very knowledgeable about them or anything. It really wasn't until I saw that very first commercial for Sonic that I got into. Yeah, I remember I'm gonna do the same kind of thing. We're gonna watch old commercials and read at magazine stuff for Pokemon when the time comes where I finally make that 10-hour drive to my old region and get my copy of Pokemon right out of storage, because I'm not buying one to get my hands on it any sooner. And I already have a. So I like how they're.
Guide him on the Nintendo Game Boy. Challenge the mysteries and terrors of ancient Egypt. Battle all the horrors of the deep. Master lots of weird worlds to give Mario a happy ending and make your world a better place. New Super Mario Land and other exciting games for Game Boy. Nintendo. Now you're playing with power. Portable power.
You know, it's funny. I just changed. I have Pokemon Gold with me. I have actually 2 copies of Pokemon Gold. I changed the battery on one of them. Just, excuse me. This is the wrong time period. This is not what we're supposed to. Okay. It's tricky for me to restart this, but I like how they played into the fact, they really embraced the fact that the game was black and white. Well, actually, the princess was Princess Daisy in Super Mario Land. So, but the main princess was called Princess Toadstool in North America and Europe only. But they embraced the fact that the game was in black and white and used black and white film footage, used UFO footage to sort of play into the flying saucer angle, and with Mario's in the airplane, and they used an old Mummy movie for the part where he's in the ancient Egyptian themed sort of Pharaoh's tomb kind of stages. And the, an old black and white, underwater sort of monster movie for the underwater levels where he's in the submarine. So they really kind of embraced the black and white nature of the Game Boy in the advertising. They didn't hide it. They embraced it and sort of likened it to these old black and white movies that sort of mirrored themes of different places in Super Mario Land. Hey, Reliet. We were playing Alleyway on its own for a while. Then we watched about 20-ish minutes of old Game Boy promotional material, an instructional video for setting up a Game Boy store display from 1990, and a lot of the commercials that were really marketing successfully, might I add, the Game Boy towards adult professionals who had plane or train rides or spent a lot of time in waiting rooms, and different role-playing scenarios that Nintendo took videos of for explaining to their salespeople how to sell the Game Boy to an adult audience. I've got the cartridge right here. We're about to start Super Mario Land right now, but first, we're going to look at something. Oh yeah, and here we're talking about, we have EGM number 1, where we're covering rumors of a system that they hadn't even named yet. From May 1999, rumors of the system that ended up becoming known as Game Boy, and there's nothing quite like it that existed at the time, so the closest thing they have it to compare it to was the Vectrex from a decade earlier in the early 80s. Because Game Boy, there was the Milton Bradley Microvision, but really this is the closest thing to Yeah, he saw a salaryman playing with a calculator on the train. I think it was either the subway or it was the Shinkansen high-speed train or something like that. And it's funny because Yokoi's original vision was something more like a cartridge-based Game & Watch, maybe something more like the Milton Bradley Microvision. And it was some of the younger engineers in the team who convinced him to do something more ambitious that could be really a full-fledged system platform in and of itself that could get third-party support rather than a toy that would maybe last a year or two. But we're going to get into... Oh yeah, that Wisdom Tree put out that King James Bible, that for the Game Boy. Now we're gonna get into, here we go. We're gonna read the manual for Super Mario Land. Now when I got my Game Boy with Super Mario Land and a bunch of other games, Boy, you're in the IKEA now, just waiting at the furniture checkout? No, the furniture pickup? Okay. So we're gonna read the manual, and I never got to read the manual for this game back in the day. In my copy, I had manuals for some games, but not for Super Mario Land. And this was my first introduction to Mario, so there's a lot I didn't really get to. Now one day I saw a complete in box, and this is still in the 90s. This is a couple of years later though. Yeah, you had the cartridge version of this game as a kid? Yeah, I was in a Goodwill or something, and I saw a complete-in-box copy that had the manual, and I flipped through the manual. This is the first time I actually got to read the lore and storyline for Super Mario Land, and it's before I had played even Mario 64 or had that manual. It was before I had N64, so it's the first time I got to see... I didn't know the names of these characters. I didn't know what a Goomba was, and the names of the princess. All I knew she was Daisy because they mentioned her name in the game. Yeah, the box and the cart, never the manual. Now, it's funny, the manual is translated in perfect English, yet the names of enemies and characters other than the names of the enemies and obstacles are not translated from Japanese. And we'll get into that later. So, once upon a time, there was a peaceful world called Sarasaland. It's not a world called Sarasaland, it's really a kingdom called Sarasaland. But in this world, there are 4 kingdoms, whatever, called Birabudo, Muda, Easton, and Chai. Now, I've read Birabudo was kind of a poor romanization, because in Japan, as I understand it, the katakana spells Piramuda, not Birabudo, was sort of corrupted into Birabudo, and Piramuda meaning pyramid, the English word pyramid. So pyramids meaning Egypt, because it's an ancient Egyptian themed level. Then Muda, which is a shortening of Bermuda. And then Easton, which is a reference to Easter Island. And then Chai, which is referring to ancient China. Yeah, I didn't even know the name Peach until I played Mario 64. And I was kind of confused because it said Princess Toadstool, Peach. So I didn't, was she saying Peach as a way to say goodbye? I didn't know what that word Peach was even coming from. Your first Game Boy game was Pocket Bomberman, actually. Okay. Yeah, I never played Pocket Bomberman. I'm going to have to... There are a lot of games I'm going to have to add to my cartridge collection. Now, once upon a time, there was a peaceful world called Sarasaland. In this world, there were 4 kingdoms named Birabudo. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and just lift the analog pocket from the dock for the moment, and just unplug it, and I'll just plug it all back in when we're about to play. There are 4 kingdoms named Birabudo, Muda, Easton, and Chai. One day, the skies of Sarasaland were suddenly covered by a huge black cloud. From a crack in this cloud, the unknown space monster Tatanga emerged to try to conquer Sarasaland. Tatanga hypnotized the people of all the kingdoms so that he could control them in any way he liked. And this way he took over Sarasaland. Now he wants to marry Princess Daisy of Sarasaland and make her his queen. Mario came to know of these events and has started on a journey to the Chai Kingdom, where Princess Daisy is held captive in order to restore peace to Sarasaland. Can Mario defeat Tatanga, release the people from his interstellar hypnosis, and rescue Princess Daisy? It's all up to you and Mario's skill. Go for it, Mario. Yeah, the atmosphere of Super Mario Land feels comparable to Metroid, especially with a space monster named Tatanga. Now, Nintendo. This game was the first Mario platformer developed by a team other than Miyamoto's old team. This was developed by R&D 1, which is Gunpei Yokoi's department, and so they're the department that developed the Game Boy hardware itself. They're also the team that developed Wrecking Crew for NES. They also developed Metroid. So a lot of these outer space sci-fi themes maybe is something, one of those little Nintendo R&D 1 touches. I never, because the voice actors in Super Mario 64 were native English speakers, so I never interpreted Peach as being a mistranslation of Peach or anything like that. I just wasn't sure what she was saying. But it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it'd be interesting for a modern Mario game to revisit Sarasa Land. And really, Peach kind of got reintroduced into modern Mario canon with, I think, Mario Tennis on the Nintendo 64, because they kind of started to double up a lot of characters so that you could have themed pairings for doubles tennis. Because, like, oh, Mario has Luigi, we have Peach, we need a character for Peach to team up with. How about Princess Daisy from Mario Land? Oh, we need a character for Yoshi to team up with. How about Birdo from Mario Brothers 2 and from Wario's Woods? Oh, we need a character for Wario to double up with? We'll make a counterpart to Wario, the sort of a foil for Luigi, Waluigi. And so, how about, let's see. So Mario came to know of these events, started on a journey to the Chai Kingdom where Princess Daisy is held captive in order to restore peace to Sarasa Land. Okay, so go for it, Mario. Okay, so we have the run, pause function. If you want to pause the game, press the start button. To resume playing, press the start button again, and the game will continue. The remaining time he arrives at the goal is times 10. If Mario Tennis came up by only a few years, he probably would just use Toadsworth for Peach's doubles partner. Yeah, that's true. That's something to consider. Now look, we have a little diagram of how if you go to the upper level, you go to the bonus game. And this bonus game, you could argue, is a very, very loose reference to Donkey Kong. Huh. Now, notice how the star is just called Star, it's not called Starman. And Super Ball Mario, I guess they didn't have, because they didn't have the graphics to display, because normally when Mario turns to Fire Mario, he's white, so they didn't have those graphics, so there's no physical differentiation between Mario, normal Super Mario, and Super Ball or Mario, and he throws Super Balls instead of Fireballs in this version. And Mario has a Super Ball, he can defeat enemies by throwing the Super Ball at them. When you lose a Mario, when Mario is touched by an enemy or engulfed by fire, Mario goes back to being... When Mario is engulfed by fire, that sounds really, really violent. Oh, they added the Super Ball into Mario Maker 2? That's cool. Yeah, so introducing the characters. Princess Daisy. Daisy is being held captive by Tatanga. Mario must rescue her. Sky Pop Airplane. Mario flies through the air in this missile-armed airplane. Marine Pop Submarine. Mario can travel anywhere he likes underwater in this torpedo-armed submarine. Upside Down Headstand Paccoon, 400 points. A Paccoon flower that comes down from above. Take care that it doesn't bite Mario's head. Paccoon flower, 100 points. This man-eating plant grows out of pipes. Watch out because it sticks its head up quickly. You can't step on it from above. Now, notice how it's called Paccoon flower. Now, that's basically the name of what these characters are in Japan. Like, in Japan, they were always called Paccoon. And Paccoon is the same sort of eating or chomping mouth's onomatopoeia sound that is the derivation, originating from Pac-Man, like Paku Paku. And therefore, you have Paccoon flower, this chomping mouth flower thing. Pom-pom flower. While walking around, this flower scatters poisonous pollen in the air. Nokobon. A turtle with a bomb on its back that explodes after you jump on it, so be sure to avoid contact. Now, this was my first encounter with Koopa Troopas or any variation of them. And they called, these are called Noko Noko, I believe Koopas are called in Japan, or Koopa Troopas. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's some weird variation really out of Koopa Troopas. Yeah, and they're called Noko Bon, but in Japanese the intention is for Noko Bomb. I believe in the 3DS Virtual Console version, Nokobon is called Noko Bombette or something like that. They kind of quasi-localized some of this stuff in the 3DS digital manual for this game. Ganchan. This is a boulder that it's listed as though it's a character or an enemy. There's a Tumblr blog called Obscure Mario Enemies. Yeah, I have a Tumblr still. It's supertrainstationh.tumblr.com. I have it because I was back on Tumblr before it was a punchline in and of itself. That back when it was actually a social media site that was listed as, supported. Oh, share this on. It would be actually listed and supported there. You could, but yeah, I don't really surf on Tumblr because you don't want to. Outside the little walled garden of my own material, I don't really go surfing on Tumblr, and I'm a much happier person for it. But, so Ganchan, rocks that fall suddenly from the sky. They are terrible if they hit and squash you. But because you can jump on one and let it take you for a ride, but useful because you can jump on one and let it take you for a ride, Ganchans cannot be beaten. Hi-Oh-Hoi, 5,000 points, the boss of the Eastern Kingdom. Hi-Oh-Hoi evolved from a Toko Toko. It comes at Mario throwing Ganchans, so mind you don't get crushed. Jumping on Hoi Hoi, Hoi-Oh-Hoi won't defeat it, but 10 Super Balls will do the trick. King Totomesu, the boss of Birabuto Kingdom. It jumps up and down spitting out fire. You can't defeat it by jumping on it. Use 5 Super Balls. Yorarin, the underling of Dragon Zamazu, lives in the water and trembles as it swims along. 2 torpedoes will defeat it. Torian. These man-eating fish always swim in groups of 3. You can defeat them with a single torpedo. Honen. The skeleton of a Torian after it was eaten by Tatanga. It always flies vertically up from the water. A Super Ball can't stop it. Rokoton. An attack plane piloted by Tatanga's soldier guards. It fires cannonballs at the Sky Pop. You can destroy it with a single missile. Hey, For Real Fan, you're heading out for dinner. Catch you later. Finally got to catch you on the stream. Well, thanks for jumping in, For Real Fan. And really, it says, Hoi realized that Sarasland wasn't for him, so he changed his name to Nose Pass and emigrated to Hoenn. Deepest lore right there. That's one for the Wild Mass Guess section of this Super Mario Land's TV Tropes page. TV Tropes. That's a site you want to. I don't go on because I value my time and don't want to go on there and suddenly it's 3 o'clock in the morning on the next day. So, Pinopi, 800 points. Hopping about and persistently dogging Mario. No matter how many times you hop on Pinopi, he keeps coming back to life, but you can defeat him with a Super Ball. Now, Pinopi is in the Chai Kingdom, which is based in ancient China. As I haven't done much research into it, but I believe Pinopi is based on some very specific Chinese vampire lore of some sort. I understand. Chicken! What a name! Just chicken! A warbird kept by Tatanga. Chicken meanders and glides toward Mario. 1 missile will defeat it. Chikako Glitter. This object floats glittering in the sky. Its body is surrounded by a protective barrier, so 10 missiles are needed to defeat him. Biokinton, the boss of the Chai Kingdom. Because of his shyness, he constantly hides inside a cloud. Up to now, nobody has ever seen what he looks like. You can defeat him with 20 missiles. Tatanga, the mysterious spaceman, 5,000 points for beating him. This unknown space monster appeared suddenly from deep space. He drives the war robot Pegosu and attacks with scattered meandering rockets. I like how he his mech actually has its own name, so separate from Tatanka himself. They call him a space monster, but he's really, it makes him sound like a more of a monster and not like a sapient being. I think spaceman would have been a more accurate translation for what they were getting at. Oh, we missed. Or did we miss? We missed. Okay, I was wondering what. I was like, where? Like, it seems like half the enemies are missing. I was wondering about this. Okay, so here. Oh yeah, the one-up heart. Because this game can't display colors, so the traditional one-up mushroom, they traded in for a one-up heart, something that could be more easily differentiated. All these enemies, especially with their untranslated Japanese names that are just Romanized Japanese names, and then you just have chicken. So, you can continue for each score of 100,000. If your score is over 100,000 and your game is over, the title screen appears and the message, move the mushroom cursor using the select button. If you want to start from the beginning, move the cursor in front of start and press start. So once we get 100,000, so we do have continues in this game, which is something I did not know as a kid. And as a kid, I got to World 3 maybe twice in my entire childhood back in the 90s. And when I did, it was such a big deal that I had an adrenaline rush. I could feel my heart pounding. I'm like, oh my gosh, I got up to level 3. I could see Easter Island heads and stuff. It's such a big deal. To reset the game, press the A, B, start, and select buttons simultaneously. That is a universal hard select for all, a hard restart. A soft reset for all Game Boy games, actually. So the rest of these enemies, I had things to say about. I was wondering, like, what's wrong with this guy? Did half the pages not? No, I forgot to manually drag around the rest of the characters. Okay. Chibobo. Yeah, so... yeah, this Goomba is called Chibibo. I believe this is called Kuribo in Japan. For some reason they call them Chibibo. I guess they're getting to the fact that he's smaller than a normal Goomba. I don't know. Kumo. This spider-like creature attacks Mario by jumping on him. Toko Toko. A stone statue that energetically shakes its fist as it runs around. Nyo Lolin. 800 points. This creature moves about in a cowardly manner, and when it sees Mario, it blows poison balls at him. Batadon, a winged stone statue. It tries to crush Mario as it flies. Mechabon, a robot that attacks Mario with its head. It can be defeated by jumping on its head. Sue, this cave-dwelling spider descends silently above when Mario approaches. Gao, this stiff-bodied creature doesn't move, but it spits out fireballs aimed at Mario. Uraran Boo. This is the big brother of Uraran and moves up and down spitting out fireballs. The Super Ball has no effect on it. Gunyan. The Gunyan shakes up and down in the water. Take care, because if you hit it with 2 torpedoes, it splits in 2 and attacks. Dragon Zamazu. The boss of Muda Kingdom. Dragon Zamazu is protected by Tamao. It moves up and down and spits out fire. Mario can defeat it with 20 torpedoes. Tamao. This indestructible life form lives in Dragon Zamazu's room to guard his boss. Fly. Yes, we just have chicken and fly. This blood-sucking fly is always flying around. You can defeat it by jumping. You can defeat it. Hold on. This blood-sucking fly is always flying around. You can defeat it down by jumping on it. That is the most actual, like, there's, yeah, the names aren't translated, but here is, like, actual bit of bad English. I wonder if they didn't translate the names because they were just trying to rush this game out for the launch. And this fly, I believe, is a reference to the fly from Mario Brothers. And we have Bun Bun, or rather, more, and the intention in Japan is for this character to be named Boon Boon, which is the onomatopoeia for a buzzing sound. I believe that's a bunbun is a common term for a bumblebee in Japan. And we have Gira here. Gira. Gira is a missile that takes off straight from a launch pad. Mario can defeat it by stepping on it. Now, Gira, G-I-R-A, that's a corruption of Kira, which is a corruption of the English word killer. And as I understand it, in Japan, bullet bills are just known as killer. So they took the English word killer, Japan took the English word killer to name this bullet character Bullet Bill. Then when they took that name to Japan, into English, they took Kira from killer, and it got perverted into Gira. Now, in the 3DS Virtual Console manual for this game, there was a quasi-retranslation of some of these names, and they sort of leaned in on the fact that these are kind of off-brand versions of traditional Mario enemies. So, for example, I think where's Chibobo here? I think it was called, instead of Goomba, I think it was called Gimba, or something like that, or Goomba, or Gimba instead of Goomba, or something like that. And then, I know for a fact, I remember specifically, Gira, instead of Gira, they retranslated his name to Bullet Biff instead of Bullet Bill. So they didn't stick with these original names, but they sort of honored the fact that these are kind of off-brand versions of traditional Mario enemies. So instead of staying with Gira, they renamed him Bullet Biff. So it's kind of interesting that they quasi-retranslated some of these things for the Super Mario Land. Now this is a UK manual, where in Japan, in UK, I guess Nintendo, Bandai had the rights to distribute this in the UK. So now, close that out, and we'll close, what's this? We can close that out. Yeah, we'll get to this later. We'll get to this after the Super Mario Land segment of the stream. And so, what I'm going to do at this point, oops, I didn't mean to do that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to change... Alright, so I'm gonna just change the name up a bit. Really covering game. Alright, change the name a bit. And let's change the let's go straight to Super Mario Land. This isn't a game people don't stream in this category as often as you'd think. And then for some reason, I'm very interested, but like 90% of the time, I see, and I do follow this category on Twitch, like 80% of the time that I see anyone streaming in the Super Mario Land category, it seems to usually be a non-English speaker. And I wonder why that is. I don't know, was this game like more, like I know with Sonic the Hedgehog, which we're listening to right here, like with the 8-bit version of Sonic the Hedgehog, the Master System had more circulation in Europe and in South and Central America, so I understand why there'd be more streamers, non-English speaking streamers for that particular title. But, I'm gonna plug the dock back in. Okay, so that's plugged in. I'm gonna drop, actually no, I'm going to turn off the analog pocket. I'm gonna take the cartridge out. And, I'm just gonna pop the, cartridge in here. I'm going to drop that into the dock. There we go. Yeah, I can move it over a little bit. There we go. That's better. Oh wait, did I turn the system on? Did I actually turn the system on? Yeah, it helps a lot when you turn the system on. You can see the start up there. Okay. All right. So we're gonna. Yeah. So we're gonna just drop that on the dock. All right. And we plug that in, and come on, connect. Please, I'm playing. Okay, so we're good. We're good. So here we have a few options for how I can play this game. Error. Okay, I guess I didn't. I'm gonna have to try to reinsert the cartridge. I'm gonna turn the system off. And this happens occasionally. This is a 30-plus-year-old game, and just drop that in the dock. Well, I guess I have to turn the system on, then I put it in the dock. Excuse me. All right, there we go. I do like there. No, I don't want the light. Okay, that's good. Please work. What? Okay. We gotta get serious. It's time to. Don't tell NOA tech support. This cartridge, of course, check it off your bingo card. This never happened before until just now, and of course I did when I got this game from the Retro Game Shop. Yeah, hopefully you get yours. What is yours coming in the first next round or the? I don't know. They say not to blow into it. It worked. It worked. I swear. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So we're just gonna quit out of there. Okay. So I'm gonna turn off this filter, because and I'm going to show off some of our options we've got here. So play cartridge. Y is I don't know why, but okay, that's more like it. No. Yeah, like normally I clean it off legit with alcohol and Q-tip and everything, and I cleaned it before I even tested it in my system. And I have, well, I just considered I have canned air that's just like right off camera. Hold on. Please go down a bit. Like, I don't know how okay, well, anyway, we have a few options for how we could view this game right now. So, this is the Nintendo Game Boy. That frame is just part of my broadcast software. I added that myself. That's not part of the system. But, wait a second. Why is it not? Okay. Alright, here we go. So, actually, I do have to. Alright, so I have to turn the sound back on for the game. But so let's check this out. Okay. So settings, systems, GB. So this right here, this is how the game just looks just coming out of the system. Yeah, this is how it looks just coming out of the system. Okay. Now, my makeshift solution for the fact that they originally didn't have these filters and stuff. What I did was, excuse me, please don't be slow, broadcast software. Please don't be slow. It's being slow. Okay. GB green filter. Alright, so this is just a green image file that I turn the transparency, the opacity down on. So now it's transparent. It simulates the green screen effect of the original Game Boy screen pretty good, I think. I like how this looks. If this is all I was stuck with forever, that would be great. But then I'm going to go to this other screen here. And what I'm going to show you, I'm just waiting for it to switch over. Okay. So we go into video, display mode. We go into original DMG mode. Now we are simulating in a... I'll comment on that colorized version in a second, Clackaboy. I'm going to talk about that, all right. But now we have the pixels delineated, and it much more accurately than my silly filter. It simulates the how this would look on an original system. When playing this on the actual Analog Pocket unit, I cannot describe how brilliantly bright it is, how good it looks. It looks beautiful. But here on the monitor in front of me that I'm playing this on, it looks beautiful. But on the broadcast software, on the feed that's outputting to my viewers, because this outputs in such a extremely high resolution, and this dot by dot like green screen simulator mode, it like has this effect where it looks like you're viewing the game through a screen door. And that's not how it looks looking at the device. That's not how it looks looking at it on a monitor. And it doesn't... It's imperfect. Now, I can't blow... I have to blow this game, the game screen capture up, for it to view properly, the way I'm seeing it on my monitor in front of me. For you people to see that, I have to blow the game up so big that you could only see about 1/4 of the game field. Now, do you like... I'm putting this up to my viewers. Like, do you like this look, even though it's more accurate in terms of the colors to how it would look on an original model Game Boy? Even though it looks like you're looking at it through a screen door? Or do you like how it looks... Hold on, I have to switch back to the other mode. How it looks in this mode with oh, excuse me, the wrong button. Yeah, because I clicked the wrong button, I have to wait like 20 seconds for the frame to reload. Or do you like how it looks with my makeshift filter added to it? Which, if you don't have the other thing to compare it to, looks perfectly fine. Which do you think looks better? I'm waiting for some kind of response from chat of how you'd... Oh, I turned it... Yeah, that's the thing with the lag. I click it, and I click it again, and sometimes it didn't click at all, but then it registered both clicks, so there's a delay on it now. So I'm going to go with whatever version chat thinks looks better. But in the meantime, I'm going to start with this mode. I don't have my watch hand. Actually, yeah, why don't I'm going to start. Let's start a stopwatch. I'm interested to see I've tested this cartridge. Wait, you want this without the green... You want this without the filter. You're the first person to ever say that, because in the past, when I had a joy screen filter or no filter, like, people liked the filter and were surprised how good it looked. So, okay. Actually, no, I can't do that. Never mind. Yeah, alright. So, how about every other world I'm going to turn the filter on or off? Okay, how about... Where is... I have a lot of layers here, excuse me. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, no. Okay. So no filter, but I do have to... I just want to make... I don't know how I did this, but the game capture is just a few frames off. So let me just make sure it's all centered. Please go away. I'm trying... You know, I tried reinstalling Streamlabs OBS, and oh my gosh, okay. Okay, game. Yeah, I must have somehow, like, very slightly... I just want it to fit in the frame good. Okay, I think it's fit. It's fitting good. All right. All right. No, it's like the resolution. Okay. All right, that should do it. All right. And so with 30, at exactly 30 seconds left, I'm going to press start. No. Okay. Wait, actually, it's going to be okay once I press start. Like, the resolution... Yeah, like, okay. Yep, so here we go. This is my first experience. I mean, I probably played Super Mario Land, Super Mario World at friends' houses back in the day. And my brother didn't live with me at the time I first got my Game Boy. But a little while later, he got it. And I was shocked to discover when because he had NES at home. Where he was living before. And so when he came to live with us, he started playing and went down the... Well, first off, wasn't so familiar with the Super Mario Brothers universe, so I didn't even... Those things to the left, I thought those were flower pots. I didn't even know those were supposed to be pipes. Therefore, I didn't know that you were supposed to be able to jump on them and go down on them. And, like, you could, like, go into the pipe to access a hidden cache of coins or anything like that. And one thing the difference between... Because I got a dozen... Game Boy games at the same time. This is the first one I tried, and the second one I tried was Super Mario Land 2. And going from Super Mario Land to Super Mario Land 2 was the first time I ever noticed the difference between the graphic difference between games. Because I noticed, wow, I didn't notice that he was more detailed, but I noticed, wow, Mario's bigger in Mario Land 2. I just noticed that. Now, this flower here, mind you, I'm an innocent kid. I never played Mario games before. I see a flower. I think, oh, a pretty flower came up. It's bad to step on flowers, so I'm going to leave the flower alone. And I had no idea that Super Ball Mario existed because of that. I just leave the flower there because, like, oh, I made the flower come up. That's so nice. I didn't know you could collect it and be able to shoot with it. At some point, I figured that out, either I think accidentally, or my brother showed me when he came to live with in our house. Okay. And you know, I really don't Super Mario. If there are multiple colorized versions, like fan hacks of Super Mario Land with color added to it, I know there's just one famous one I know of that I've seen around. And the only one color hack of Super Mario Land 1 that I know of, it fundamentally, it alters the sprite used for, it made a larger, more detailed sprite for Mario, and I hate it. In my opinion, he is not, he's a gamer. He plays games, but he's not the kind of person who would sit around watching stuff on Twitch. Like, I know the last time I talked to my brother about video games, we don't live together anymore, but the last time I talked to him about video games, he was talking about, he played through the Final Fantasy VII Remake. But yeah, he knows I stream on Twitch. He knows, you know, he's cool with it. It's just not his thing. Just like there's a lot of stuff he's into that isn't my thing. Uh-oh, we're almost out of time. We gotta get that... Okay, this is the first time I've even beaten the first level of this game since I got this cartridge. This is the first time I played through Super Mario Land on... I haven't played it on 3DS in a few years. And I never, like, properly just sat down in a single setting beating the game from beginning to end, like you would have had to play it back in the day. Because back in the day, this game has no save function. So you'd either have to beat it, either I would just lose because I was a kid and not that great at video games yet. Well, I'm not that great at video games now, but I was especially not as experienced back then in the 90s. Either I just would run out of time because I was in the backseat of Mom's car and, oh, we're at the supermarket, or, oh, I'm in the waiting room waiting for an audition. Like, oh, it's time for the audition, time to turn the game off, and I just turn it off, lose all my progress, and not think twice about it. Now, okay, so this is a gap that's where if I have momentum, I can actually run straight across there. This level was not that hard for me to get through at the time. Yeah, I noticed there are a lot of the Boon Boons, or Bun Bun. Not that I didn't even know all those character names back when I first played this. But yeah, this is kind of akin to World, maybe 1-3 in Super Mario Land. I mean, in Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, so this did give me a unique... Yeah, but oh, that's what I was getting at. I kind of lost track, but... Yeah, I'm not a fan of that Super Mario Brothers colorization. I do not like that they changed the sprite for Mario. It's like, yeah, you enhanced it, but that does not represent how this game would look if they just colorized this game on Game Boy Color back in the 90s. That's our first death of this run. Yeah, this doesn't represent how the game would have looked, because they just would have changed the colors. They wouldn't have updated the sprite. And then they just changed Mario's sprite, but left everything else the same. And that the sprite that they made, the more larger detailed sprite, is not what they made. So I've watched gameplay, and I could tell that the hitbox for the Mario sprite does not match up with the hitbox for the Mario graphics. So it impedes the gameplay in that sense. This little tiny sprite for this game is so much of the character of this game to me. And I don't like when... I mean, yeah, you can make an enhanced port, whatever, but when you make a port that's just a colorized version of this game... I was going for the one-ups. And yeah, so you have this theme here that's kind of this, like, stereotypical ancient Egyptian music. And when I first heard this music, right, I think oh yeah, this is like ancient Egyptian music. Or Egyptian music. I don't even think I would distinguish ancient Egyptian. Actually, in Egypt, the word Egypt, the name Egypt, specifically means, like, ancient Egypt. And the modern nation state that we call Egypt actually has a different name. I forgot. Yeah, with those bricks that fall, if you look at this on, if you play this on Game Boy Color, the bricks that are rigged to fall actually have a completely different color scheme. You can tell which bricks are going to fall in advance to kind of cheat. Now I just want to hydrate. Now, which one of these? I feel like one of these has some goodies in it. I forgot which one, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's funny, not being able... Actually being genuinely unable to tell. And they did great by using... I love the way in the first commercial for Super Mario Land, the fact that they actually... What the heck is that? I have no idea what that is. I genuinely do not know what that is. I never saw that before in my life. I did not know it was there. There are no warp zones in this game, so what could that possibly be? What? Okay, cool. I did not know that was a thing. Yeah, they have an elevate. I guess that's instead of having the vine that would have been there in, like, the NES, like, games, like, when you'd find things like that. I did not know there was a little elevator you could unlock that takes you up here. How did I go... No, that is not something I forgot about when I was a kid. I played this game a lot. I played this game a whole lot. I do not know how I played this game so many times and did not know that was there. Okay. Yeah, the funny thing about this little passage here is that you can only get down that upper layer if... You can only go down that lower layer there if you are a smaller version of Mario. Now, yeah, we triggered the rocks to fall. So there's a little cache of coins you can get to if you're a... It's a little consolation prize if you're smaller and weaker in this section. But one of these... Okay, I thought there was a 1-up somewhere over here. I guess not. Alright, we got it. The boss is coming up soon. King Totomesu. Oh my gosh. Hey, we got him. And we hit the switch, and... Now, if you could This is like Super Mario, but if you could platform over to that switch without while avoiding the boss and his projectiles, for all the bosses in the game except the final boss, that will defeat the boss automatically. Thank you, Mario. Oh, Daisy. And she transforms. It was actually an enemy in disguise. Now, when I played... This is my first exposure to Mario, so I went around thinking the princess's name was Daisy. Yeah, and I'm gonna need these lives because this isn't like Sonic the Hedgehog. And look, he warps. It's implied that he warps down from this flying saucer here. I'm gonna pause for a second. Now, this is my first time playing. Well, this is not like. Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear, where I know the game inside and out, and I could beat it on command. I've never beaten this game in a single sitting legit before. Years and years and years ago, I played like emulated version, like the 3DS Virtual Console version, and others where I could save state if I need to, and I could pause the game and save it and resume it later, or I can make myself invincible, whatever. I never sat down and just played beginning to end in a single sitting, as you would have in 1989. I mean, not that I played it in 1989, but in the 90s, 95 when I first played it. Now, for some reason, I've had weird dreams. Now, this is supposed to be the islands of Bermuda. And I'm guessing what they're getting at with this sort of sci-fi UFO theme is the idea of the Bermuda Triangle and conjecture about alien involvement in the disappearance of aircraft and sea-going vessels in that region. All right. Oh, well, we're going to have to... Now, the cool thing about you can only throw one Super Ball at a time. But you can actually use it to collect coins, which is not something you could do with traditional... Oh, man, I didn't mean to go and exit the area that soon. And yes, when you go then that little gem is like do 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 do. It's like such an addictive little jam. I have a feeling, I have the sense that it's sort of a trope from somewhere else. Like that's what I was getting at. I lost my train of thought changed, but the in the Egyptian pharaoh tomb stage where you fight the boss stage of World 1, you have that stereotypical ancient Egyptian music, but I have no idea what where did that trope come from? Of that music being associated with like mummies and pharaohs' tombs and pyramids. Like, where did that meme come from? When I say meme in like the genuine like sense of like just the cultural replication of this one element repeatedly. Like, where did that come from? I wonder. Yeah, they actually changed their direction in real time. Yeah, we got the 1-up. Cool. Alright. So we have 50,000. We need to get 100k points. And we can get our continue. Now, the 1-ups become... I mean, the bonus stages get increasingly harder to access as you get deeper into the game. Alright, let's see how good my timing is here. Okay. Let's see how close I can get. Alright. Let's see how good my timing is here. Okay, I don't need to hear my own voice. Okay. And... And mind you, this is not like when I play Sonic on Sonic 1 for Game Gear, where I genuinely do need these, will need these 1-ups. I'm going to take a lot of deaths later on. Though this game is relatively easy, you can get pretty, I mean, I'm not a kid anymore. So, I'm more talented. But then a lot of times with some games, there's some games and parts of games that I was great at as a kid that I can't even keep up with now that I'm older. So it sometimes having more experience helps. There. Okay. I didn't mean to bring up the console menu there. All right. Let's see if I can grab those last few coins. Yeah, it ain't happening. Let's keep moving. And one thing I do like, well, I guess if you're trying to save time, it's not good. But I like how, like when I first got my NES in like '99 or 2000, was playing Super Mario Brothers. I was surprised when I realized that going into the pipe actually brought you off to a later part in the stage as a shortcut. And I guess in one sense, if you played that game a million times, it's kind of cool. Like, oh, I could skip through a lot of the stage as a shortcut. But for me, I felt like I was being cheated through playing most of the level. So I actually preferred it at the time. I guess it varies depending on your intentions. Because I just wanted the extra coins. Yeah, place the can is the invincibility music. Alright. Yeah, you don't want to go overboard and try to sort of tear through the stage while you still have the invincibility on, because that's what lures you into taking unnecessary deaths. Okay. Fortunately, he always fires at the same angle. He changes the direction. Oh, wait. Oh, he's invulnerable to fireballs. So if he shoots the equivalent angle here... Oh, wow, he could shoot up, too. So he can only shoot in 4 directions. Up and down at that one angle, and left and right at that one angle. If he was more precise, he could be quite the dangerous... He could have been quite the dangerous enemy. And I actually could have lost some lives to him. So there's obviously got to be... Oh, come on. Where's the... Am I dead here? What is this? Am I gonna die down here? What is going on? Hold on. 1, 2... Did they really put a death trap down here? Okay. I lost a bunch of time because of that. I swear I jumped there. We're down to less than 100... We're uncrunched. Okay, right at the end of the stage anyway. That was really cheeky, game. I see what you tried to do there. No! We missed out on the bonus stage for the first time. Alright. I'm turning on the... I'm gonna jump... Every other stage, I'm going to change it up. I'm going to turn the filter on and off. I'm going to turn it... So for this stage, we got the filter on. I just like the look. I mean, I can't see it myself as I'm playing on my monitor, but I do appreciate... Now, there's no particular advantage to having the fire flower in these stages. Oh, yeah, by the way, yeah, this is a shooter now. These submarine stages are shooters. I am facing... I can't look left and right. I'm stuck facing permanently to the right. This is one of those things they'd never let happen in a modern Mario game. Oh yeah, you just want to have a side-scrolling shooter stage? Yeah, sure. Go for it. Like, I remember the first time I feel like I was playing for years before I ever got this far, and I don't know quite how. And yes, this is a bit of a hazard, because I do need to... Oh no! Okay, we're just... If we get shot, we're gonna lose a life here. Okay. And the octopus does turn into 2 projectiles when you shoot him out. Mario spelled out in coins. Thank you very much. Yeah, so this is apparently a UFO. Yeah, you got our one up there. I do remember that being a thing. Oh, boss time. Yeah, you really... Now, the first time I got through the stage, hey, Serial Walrus, are playing Super Mario Land, and I'm turning the filter on and off between stages here. Yeah, unfortunately, no, they updated the analog docks that you can play in the sort of green screen mode on a monitor, but unfortunately, it's in such high resolution that it looks beautiful on my monitor, but on the broadcast software, like, I need to blow up the screen to only show 1/4 of the game screen in order to show it in its full resolution. So I have to shrink it down, and it ends up making the game look like you're viewing it through a screen door. They're restoring service to international passenger trains from Vancouver to Seattle. I'm gonna be straight with you, sir. Now that's cool, but the border, riding a train between Canada and the United States, to me, is like an absolute embarrassment compared to riding internationally in Europe. Because when you ride internationally in Europe, first off, it's all electrified. All those international passenger train lines are all fully electrified. Now, secondly, first off, it's the fact that it's not fully, you're riding a diesel train, it's not fully electrified, and then you have to disembark from the train to go through passport control and customs, then re-embark the train, which then has a completely different crew on board the same train. That is so ridiculous and cumbersome to me. Whereas in Europe, even riding in between countries, like even if you're going in between the UK and France, so now like the UK has left the European Union, even going in and out of the European Union, you just get on that train and you ride it you just ride it in between countries, and it's not a big deal. But to go from Canada to US, you have to disembark the train to go through border control and passport control, and it's ridiculous. But I mean, come on, like in the US, the first Bright Line train went to like we have what they call the Bright Line high speed train. It's not even 125 miles per hour. Like, is it? Like, there are parts where, like, even our like Acela Express, there are parts where it could go up to close to, I think, 150 miles per hour, but only through very specific sections of the northern part of the Northeast Corridor. And meanwhile, in Europe, like a 125 mile per hour train, that's like a normal speed train. That's not even a high speed train. No, it's still, no, like, everything else is great. Like, I'm just saying, in terms of the actual border crossing part of it is kind of just a joke compared to border crossing in Europe. That's all I'm saying. Like, everything else I'd love to participate in. I was visiting a family member. I took the train, I forgot what it's called because I don't normally ride it, but I took the Amtrak train. That was just me pressing the Y button on the gamepad instead of A and B, which are the buttons a Game Boy actually has. Yeah, I was just flat out, I was using the... Yeah, it could be worse. I could not have a train at all, but I was, No, I was taking whatever Amtrak train you take. I left from Penn Station, and I was going up north to. No. Excuse me. I forgot if I left from Penn. Did I leave from Penn? Yes, I left from Penn, and was heading up to one of those stations, because like the Metro North shares a lot of that trackage, because I think on the west side of the Hudson you have freight trains. Oh look, it's Bira, aka Bullet Biff, and I love how the cannon pops out of a pipe in this version. Oh my goodness! I forgot it's not like a piranha plant where he waits for you. Won't come out if you're standing next to the pipe. And so I was on a train where if I stayed on that train and went further north, I could the train eventually terminated in Canada. I've never been to Canada. Oh my goodness. You'll be in your homeland in 12 days. Well, what? I think even like the Orient Express. I mean, like the trans side, like the train ride like across Russia is fully electrified, which is wild considering that like at least in the U.S. they're like, oh, we can't electrify our railroads outside the Northeast Corridor. It's too expensive. It's too big of a project. Meanwhile, like you could take a train. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's actually. I have to focus now. It's actually getting legitimately difficult. But I still have 16 more tries. Not and we have one continue. So actually, I'm not gonna use continues. I want to do it in one sitting for reals. Okay. Yeah, this is the furthest in the 90s. This is the furthest I got in the entire game. You buttholes! Not only putting a bomb that you basically a Noko bomb or Noko bomb or whatever they call it. You could jump on it. You have to basically, the safest approach is to jump on it, then jump to the next platform before it detonates. And they put coins down there like, oh, if you missed your jump, you could at least grab a few coins on your way to guaranteed doom. Okay. At least the timing of it is not such as that it fires. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. These guys are crazy. I was not ready for that. Am I at the start of the stage? Okay, it starts me off over here. Yeah, I was not ready to deal with that. Okay. If I took a death there, I wouldn't have counted as being unfair. I was barely made it into that hitbox in a safe manner. Hey, we got a 1-up. Just remember in 3-1 to grab the 1 up there. Okay. Oh my goodness. No way. Yeah. You gonna grab the mushroom or you gonna take a risk of getting shot out there? When I played this stage on 3DS without like abusing 1-ups or anything, or I do not remember this level being this hard on 3DS. At least this game, at least this stage is really generous with its continue points. Alright, what's that question mark block down there? And 17 lives, okay. You know, one thing I like about this that Super Mario Bros. 1 does not have is the fact that you can actually see on the scoreboard at the top of the screen which stage you're in. Or no, wait, no. Super Mario Brothers does have it. No, what Super Mario Brothers doesn't have, Super Mario Brothers, the scoreboard at the top of the screen does not let you see how many lives you have left. I know there was some kind of really important seeming piece of information that the first game doesn't tell you on the interface. And then Super Mario Brothers 2 just doesn't have an on-screen interface other than your hit points. These Ganchan are terrible if they hit you. Okay, please be nice to me. No. Okay. I was just hoping for a mushroom. Yeah, we're past the point of there being mushrooms everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh, you know what? I got you, game. No. Okay, cool. It bounces back and lets me, Okay. We made it. We lost, like, maybe 3 or 4 lives there, but we made it. Okay. Hey, perfect timing. So, let's start for the midstream break. So let's go to... where's my bricks? Oh yeah, I moved my stream deck around. By the way, there's where my news about my next stream. But where's my brick screen? Okay, it's on top now. Okay, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Let me drop my credit. Where can I put? Do I have? I thought I had. No, I guess I don't have it on here. I thought I had. No, that's not ready to go. Alright, so we'll just keep it simple. I'll be back in 10 minutes, and I'll see how far, if I can beat the game on this round. And after that, I've got some magazines covering the launch of the Game Boy. So I'll be back in a few minutes for the second half of this game, hopefully, and some magazines. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll be back soon. Hey, everybody. Alright, let's add the timer for 1, 3, 0. Alright. So, one way or another, in an hour and 20 minutes, or I'm going to call the stream, we'll see. Maybe. That's my minimum right now. Unless something goes fundamentally wrong, like a connection problem. But, let's check out... No, that's not what I want. I want to go on... Let's turn on the... No, I didn't mean to do that. What I meant to do was... Hello. Awkward. Well, at least the controller stayed connected. I didn't do anything in particular to make it stay connected either, so... Alright, so we'll continue on. So now we're in World 3-2, so... It's funny, I didn't even think much about this, but the last stage was actually the halfway point of the game. Because there are 12 stages in all. And this is stage 8, I guess. Oh my goodness, that was just clear. That was just me being careless. Alright. I remember this stage not being as hard as it would seem to be. As it would appear, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I can see the spiders poised to attack, but... Wait a second. Huh. When I press down... Like, I think this has to be the... Okay, that was a death from me messing around with the controller. When I press down... Eventually, Mario starts moving right, and never left, only right. And I think that has to be a quirk of this controller. That can't be... Okay, that's why I died before. Like, the controller... Mario just moved right unexpectedly. I'm gonna turn down my personal volume a little bit. Wait a second. Oh no. Wait a second. Okay, that's more like it. Yeah, I used to have my headphones coming through my microphone, which has a headphone jack in it, and a handy little volume dial. But I just made it very complicated when I would have problems, when I'd have to... So occasionally, like maybe like once every other stream, at least once, I need to unplug the microphone entirely. Can I lure this little butt into jumping off? Oh my goodness, I jumped off instead. Something about for some reason I just didn't quite have the confidence to attempt to make that jump. And I know that's why I lost the try there. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was me panicking because I saw the thing falling. I swear that did not happen last time, unless I somehow got to a point that allowed me to trigger the... Yeah, somehow I managed to trigger the checkpoint without actually... Okay, that's a tricky little piece of platforming right there, I gotta say. Now, it's a rather generously placed mushroom, because they could have placed that mushroom in such a spot where it would have been much harder for me to actually collect it safely while trying to avoid the bullet. Now, I forgot that if you hit the Noko Bonds from below, it doesn't trigger the countdown to the explosion. Boing. Okay. I feel slightly trolled. Oh my goodness. I guess I'm used to... Somehow, even though I don't even play the Genesis version of Sonic much at all, I haven't played it since the last time I played it on stream, but for some reason I was expecting the spikes to be an instant death. Okay. Oh, why did I walked right into that? That's embarrassing. I deserved that one. I just allowed that to... Now, here's something interesting. That's the thing I don't think they've done. Lost Levels Super Mario Brothers might do this, but nowhere in the first Super Mario Brothers, I don't think there's ever placed actual death hazards in these underground areas. Alright. Oh my gosh, I actually died in the cave. In the little grotto, I guess. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No! I was like 70% of the way there. 70% of the way to getting to the bonus stage and recovering some of the lost lives. I burned some of the tries I burned through getting to that stage. Now this is funny because it's kind of outdoors, but it has that theme that we really only associated with caves up to this point. Okay, so this is the boss stage here. It just occurred to me, you only fight 2 of this game's 4 bosses. Only 2 of them are fought on foot, because the World 3 and World 4 bosses are fought as in the shooter stages. Yeah, you better give me some nice bonus rewards, because that was a tricky jump to nail without getting chomped on there. Something so addictive about that little ditty. I don't know why. And they do return to this motif in... Wait. Yes! Yes! Better than all the coins combined. Yes. They do return to that motif in Super Mario Bros. 2. Well, I sure did make sure to make that worth my while as a player. Oh no! Yeah, we got it. Now, I keep forgetting that is not something... Like, if it falls to the ground, it does scroll along on the bottom of the screen, and you can... Oh my goodness. Now, this is what you call platforming. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is some real capital P platforming right here. No! Okay, I blew it. I blew it. Okay. Alright. Can I? No. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is what... I remember this, because I took a death here before. Alright, ditch. Alright, we escaped this time. Oh! That was Tookus. That was some real Tookus. Okay. You cheeky developers. Oh, oh my goodness. That I needed less momentum there. That's what that was all about. Okay. All right. Now this one? I actually want... Yes! Okay. The bosses should be coming up soon. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. We don't need... think he's coming up soon. Oh, here he is. Here he is. We have to... Okay, you could just damage boost through him and hit the switch. That's really the... Yeah, there's no other strategy that makes... Oh my gosh, we're up to World 4 already. We're up to World 4. I really didn't... It seems like I may actually be able to beat this in a single go. Alright. Okay, there we go. I thought my broadcast software closed for a second. I was like, where's all my stuff? Okay, there we go. Everything's good. So now I need to try to run back a few lives before I go into this last world here. So how about... Hey. At this point, I appreciate that just as... If I could choose, I would have preferred the 3 extra lives, but at this point, going straight to Super Ball Mario... Oh my goodness. That's a very good, There... No. Oops, I accidentally, Oh, wow, I got it. I launched it between those 2 pixels and it just sort of... Alright, I'm not getting any of those coins. Sad day for... Oh, wow, I got 2. Right as I gave up. You have that little... Once again, you have this sort of stereotypical music that... Like, where did that... Like, that's so... Like, where did that theme come from? And how did it get associated with the idea of China? Like, is that, like, from... I don't know. I don't know, like, what that even... I know they come to life in a few frames, so... Once I made like, when I was in high school, I made a background for my iBook. Yeah, my pre, it wasn't even an iBook G4, it was like a 2001 model iBook. And I went ahead and I made a background, a really cool background for my, my iBook. Using, these mountain backdrops and these, man, these freaking these zombies, which I'm sure are based on something from Chinese mythology or something like that. Okay. Let's see how far. Man, I have 14 lives. I'm in the first world. If I can get through this first stage with no deaths, that would be really nice. Okay. If I can make it to World 3, I think I can... If I make it to World 3 of Chai, I know I've got this game. Oh my goodness. You know what that was? That was me holding Y to run and pressing B to jump. This is strictly... This doesn't mirror the controls like Virtual Console does on like Wii or Wii U. You have to hold the button, and then you have to hold B and jump A. You can't hold Y and press B like you would in like a modern game. So okay, that was my fault. But it's my fault, but it wouldn't have happened on an original Game Boy where there are no extra buttons to get mixed up with. I would like it. It would be nice if the Analog Pocket did give you the option to... Okay. If it gave you the Did I get this far before? Oh my... That was ridiculous. That was just me being careless. Okay, excuse me. We're down to 12 lives. If I get to World 4-4, I know we'll beat this game. And this is actually the furthest I've ever gotten in this game playing on an actual cartridge, which is kind of neat. But, okay, we're good. We're good. Oh my gosh, I did not have the momentum I wanted to have going into that. Why did that section... I guess I was being more careful. Okay. And we just knock into him a few times. Okay. And it's kind of crazy how... the fact that this game launched alongside Alleyway... because in a sense, I could say that, like, Alleyway almost feels a bit like they weren't sure of the capabilities of the system. Is this going to be, like, a real system like NES, or is this just kind of a more advanced version of the Game & Watch with interchangeable games? That's kind of what Alleyway feels like. Uh-oh. Reliat 900, redeeming the Sodor Lore reading. Now, let me, okay. Now, this is the first time in more than a year, yeah, this is the first time in more than a year that I had two Sodor Lore readings in the same stream. Now, let me just find Thomas, hold on. Now, I have to, no, I don't want... Okay. Yeah, I actually did not have more stuff ready, so I'm just going to pull up, let's see. I'm going to have to go into my, I know. Okay. Alright. We're going to go to our layout for the Sodor Lore reading. And, you know, there's not really an okay. I'll read, I'll read up to the beginning of the construction of the railway. Because this isn't as big an article as the Mid-Sodor Railway. Okay. But we are going to hear a little about the Mid-Sodor Railway here. The Kuldefell Railway was the brainchild of the Mid-Sodor Railway, which had, from the first, set itself to encourage tourism in the island and the Pilgardred district in general. It had been the Mid-Sodor's hope to be able to extend their line around the head of the valley to Kirk Macon, where passengers could join a mountain railway for their ascent to the peak. But as the extension would have involved expensive engineering works for a line which would only be worked profitably for part of the year, this part of the project was prudently dropped. Lord Peter Barron was the landowner whose property would have been most severely affected by the scheme, and he, while in favor of railways in general, was nonetheless reluctant to allow a railway to be built up his mountainside, in view of possible disfigurement to its natural beauty. Thus, it was for some years that the project hung fire. This gave the Skarloey Railway an opportunity which they were not slow to seize. They were in a position to provide easy access to a shorter route up the mountain, and saw it to it that their Kuldefell excursions were widely advertised. These became popular. Trains were met at Skarloey Station by wagonettes, which took excursionists to the point where the ancient path crossed the moorland road. The short climb proved most attractive, and the Skarloey Railway's enterprise had a depressing effect on the people of Pilgardred and Kirk Macon, who saw their tourist traffic dribbling away to the other side of the island. At length, however, their woeful complaints culminated in a deputation to Lord Peter with which the request that he change his mind. Thus, it was in February 1897 the first sod of Kuldefell Rack Railway was cut by Lady Elaine, Lord Peter's eldest daughter, at Kirk Macon. The sponsors were the Kuldefell Tramroad and Hotel Company Limited, which had been formed a year before under the Lord's chairmanship. He was therefore in a position to ensure that the lower section of the line made a detour, skirting the edges of his property, instead of cutting straight through to it and up the mountainside as had originally been proposed. So that's what we'll read up to now, and I'll be better prepared next time. Thank you, Reliat900, for redeeming your valuable premium tokens on the second Sodor Lore reading of the day. This first time in since over a year that we had two of those in the same stream. But gonna get back to the game here and continue on as we had been through the Chai Kingdom. Okay. So I'm just gonna make that jump right there. Okay, we have been. Did we? Is this stage? I know this stage has had repeating elements in it, but I don't think we've been. I don't know if the stage just has that many repeating elements in it, or if we are legit just, or if I just died and forgot about it. Okay, yeah, I got this far, and I messed up from holding the wrong button. Ooh, those are worse than donut lifts. Okay. Oh no! You always enjoy those moments of refinement? Alright. Please. Oh wait, okay, I got... Wow, I made it just far enough along that it triggered the next, Oh wow, the point of, Oh my goodness. Okay, I got bamboozled pretty quickly there, but... we have two continues, actually. Oh my goodness, I did not... I was just pressing down out of my sort of gamer reflex to try to avoid the bullet bill, even though I was in small mode anyway. I didn't think it was actually going to let me go down. Alright. Oh my goodness. There are 3 of these little buttholes in one go. And, fortunately they didn't all... Oh my goodness, that was, I was a few frames, okay, no. Doggone. I got up there, I just had to, all I had to do was run straight across and I would have lived. I was gonna live, but I would have made it to the bonus stage. Because those look like they were gonna be a jumping hazard, but they are not. Alright. We are in the penultimate stage of the entire game, and we have 11 lives left. Can I beat this my first try without continues? That would be dope if I could. Oh no! Alright. We're not gonna take... We know there's nothing good up there, probably. I mean, we're in this... This is the last platforming stage of the game. If there's a mushroom here, I'd be surprised. No, of course there's not. At least we don't not to... Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, at least we know that it's worth it. I just have to be careful. Because I have to blow up that... It's not here, but the second one. I have to blow him up. And he jumps. He falls far, too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow, because that block fell. It falls further than I expected it to. Oh my god. Okay. That reminds, because they look like, I see a flower and I see like it looks like kind of like an open mouth, so I thought. Oh, right. I didn't know if it'd let me jump up here or not, but this is... Well, oh, yes. This is the preferred path for sure. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit of a gauntlet down there. Not too severe if you're not impatient, but... there's an easy path and a hard path, I always want to take the easy one. Unless there's a significant reward. And here, it's like, if you could access this upper path, unless there's some really sweet stuff in, like, one of those pipes, I doubt it. Alright. There's no benefit to... Okay. These are mercifully much more tame obstacles than the fire bars in Super Mario Brothers. They pivot on it. Yeah, they orbit that one spot. Oh my gosh. These are like... I think there are things in Super Mario Brothers 3 like this, but... Why aren't these... I'm surprised these weren't mentioned in the manual. And they weren't called, like, Joku Gakugans or something. I don't know. I just made up some random thing that sounds kind of Japanese. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, there we go. And jump. Okay. We made the jump. We made the jump. Oh, it's a bullet. I like how when you step on the stage, he's like, meh, whatever, I'm out of here. Oh my gosh. Oh, I took a hit. I'm Small Mario. I'm shook. I'm scared. I don't want to die. I mean, I'm pretty far into the stage. I'm sure I've triggered at least a... Man, this stage is a lot more... If you were to compare this directly to, like, World 8-1 or something like that, it's really generous with this. They've been very, very generous with the checkpoints. Because World 8-1 is, like, I think the longest stage in the entire game, and there are no checkpoints. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? I never remember the checkpoints, the time limits, being a nail biter. Oh my gosh! Oh, I get it, I get it. I didn't consider the fact that, yeah, I'm standing next to it, but I'm not touching it. I have to touch it to delay the animation. Well, at least now I mean, I probably would have died anyway, because I probably would have tried to... Oh, wait, no, actually. Oh my gosh! Okay, I want to... I remember there being extremely difficult platforming sections in World 4-2. We're at the last stage of the game. We're going to beat the game. Unless I just really blow this somehow. Okay, serious time. No matter what I get, I don't know. Do I want to get the 3 1-ups or do I want to get the flower? The flower will help me survive. The 3 1-ups will give me more tries. Okay, I either wanted the 3 extra lives or the last stage of the game. Oh, we got a mushroom right out the bat. That's good. That's good. That's great. Yeah, I remember the stages just being really easy. You just have to keep slamming the button. And just keep firing. You don't even have to think as much, like with the torpedo stage. There are those squid that turn into 2 projectiles when you beat them. Here, you don't even have to worry about that. You just have to keep shooting. Oh, look, it's Chibiko Glitter or whatever those things were supposed to be called. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can... Oh, I missed out on the invincibility, but I won't need it. I'm a pro. I'm Mario in my airplane, and I'm... Oh my gosh. I did not need that, so I don't know why I went out of my way to try to collect it. Because once you don't even need to have Super Ball Mario, because you can always shoot. Having Super Ball Mario does not give you an extra hit. Now here there's some bottlenecks where you will die if you're not quick enough. Because we're going... Because if you... Mario can't scroll off screen here. This is auto-scrolling if you couldn't tell. These shooter stages. Oh my gosh. I forgot those were there. Yeah, those definitely will kill you, those, Man, it's how wacky can you, and cartoony... Oh, final state... Final boss! Final boss! Final... Oh my gosh! I don't remember ever dying to him. Okay. Alright. This is, Bio Kinton. And he's shooting chickens at me. No one's ever seen what he looks like. You don't get to see what he looks like, you destroy him. I think that cloud is actually his body. Either that or he's just that dedicated to maintaining... Okay, here he comes. Here comes the final boss. Tatanga. I remember him... Very low detailed sprite, but his ship... He's actually not very easy to fight. You just have to watch... You just have to not let the balls hit you. He doesn't come towards you. Like, actually, Biokinton's much harder than Tatanga. There's no... I just... Okay. Yeah, all I have to do is keep shooting. There's... Yeah, I got distracted a little bit, but you basically... But Biokinton's really more of a threat than Tatanga. And actually, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. That's the first time I ever remember dying to Tatanga. Like, even, like, on 3DS or whatever, I remember always just beating these guys pretty much first time. Oh my gosh. I needed that for Tatanga so I could take a hit on him. But if I stay all the way on the right... Yeah, there's no reason not to move. Like, there's no advantage to getting any closer to him. Yeah, I don't even have to worry about hitting him. I just have to keep shooting. I just have to look at the projectiles and not on the ship, on the Tatanga ship. Yeah, if you make... Oh, there we go. That's GG. That was the first time I've ever beaten this game on an actual cartridge. This is actually, I think, the How about that? This is the second platformer I ever actually beat on stream. And it's funny because the Super Mario Land on Game Boy and Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear, two seminal games of my childhood. The games, these Super Mario Land on Game Boy, Super Mario Land on Game Gear, Sonic on Game Gear, Mario on Game Boy. Those are the two games that taught me to love Mario and Sonic. They're kind of weird offshoots of their traditional depictions of, their home console counterparts. So it had a very unique depiction of, or idea of what Mario and Sonic were like. But they're both games that were such... I can remember the places I was at, the times in my life when I was playing them, what it was like the day that I first got to play these systems. And, yeah, Miyamoto is not accredited in this. This is the first game, Mario platform, not to have Miyamoto's involvement at all. And yet, for all their significance in my childhood, how these two different games on these two very different systems taught me to love platformers, I never actually beat either of them on cartridge back in the day, in the 90s, on their original systems, on the copies that... Well, actually, I got to beat Sonic on Game Gear. I got to beat on my own childhood copy. The copy I'm playing on now is not a version that I played back in the day. It's a version that I bought from a game shop. So I did not know if I'd be able to beat the game tonight. But, now, I want to look at... Let's pull... I made it go away. But the, once you beat this game, like, the manual describes what follows the completion of the game as a, quote, enemy-infested underworld, which makes it sound like Mario's going to hell. But that's not what happens. All that happens is, instead of a mushroom, 28,000. Yeah, I'm going to keep track of that score. I wonder, it's an interesting score right there. I wonder what the average score, I almost hit A, B, start, select. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is press start. Now look at this. Oh wait, no. I thought this, yeah, I think they're, look at this. They're already, no, they're Nokobons. All right, let's go through World 1, because it, like Super Mario Bros., you can play through the game with more enemies placed in the way, which the manual for some reason describes as an enemy-infested underworld. Look at that. There are Noko bombs. I don't think there's those guys. Look, there's flies everywhere. Yeah, it's like a horse stable. Okay. I don't think... Yeah, man, look at... Yeah, actually, I take that back. This is an enemy-infested underworld with enemies everywhere. Absolutely out of control. This is Kaizo Super Mario Land right here. But... Okay. We'll, maybe save this as a challenge for another day. So Super Mario Land. Oh wow, it's playing the credits music for Sonic the Hedgehog 1 on Game Gear. How about that? Yeah, so it's great after more than 25 years finally getting to beat it. My introduction to Mario. Highly recommended. Not a long game, obviously. Challenging game for a child, for an adult that's a little more talented with a little more experience. Very easy to... Now, if you think we're ending there, no, we're not. So how about we go... I'm going to change this over. Okay. '80s scenes. Game Boy launch. And we're going to change the category. Let's change it back over to retro. Just chatting, I don't think... I think retro, because we're still talking strictly about retro games, right? So... And we've got 90 minutes to kill. So let's... Alright. Let's change break-in. How about we go to end in? And we'll start with... Nintendo Power here. Alright. So Nintendo Power, this is the November '89 issue of Nintendo Power, covering Tetris. I think they might cover the Game Boy and NES versions. I haven't flipped through this. I just did enough research to know which issues they'd be, the sort of relevant stories would appear in. Nintendo Power will blast in your mailbox for the next year. RoboCop, making the streets safe for decent folks again. NES play action football. Tetris, mind-bending madness from Russia with love. Oh wow. Nintendo game endings revealed. A look at exciting endings to 10 of our favorite classic games. It's awesome. New games. Game Boy, baseball, Super Mario Land, golf, and many more. Yeah, this is back when if you were, like, especially if you were a little kid, like, I couldn't get to the end of a lot of a game, so... Okay, let's look at some of these let's look at these letters a bit, okay? Zelda and Poetry Fan. I did it. I defeated the second quest of Legend of Zelda. It may not seem like a big deal to a lot of your fans, but for someone my age, 75... Oh my gosh, they're... let's see. Yeah, they'd be over 100 years old now, so they might still be around, but, it's not especially likely, so, Oh, you love my Analog Pocket? You only found out today that the Game Boy Advance SP has two... Oh, yes. Yeah, there's the original light Game Boy Advance SP, which is what I had. I had my black one imported from Japan. It has a front light on it. And so it's like shining like the light onto it, the screen. With the later model that came out in 2005, quietly released alongside the Game Boy Micro. It actually came out alongside the Game Boy Micro, and that kind has the more desired light, where the screen, it's actually properly backlit, where the actual, I guess, pixels of the screen itself are backlit. I believe that's a 101 model instead of 00001. Yeah, so your grandson introduced me to a Nintendo game that I play on TV most of the day. The Legend of Zelda has taxed my brain, outwitting many demons throughout play. My wife says that I have lost my mind. I have made her a house recluse. That doing so, I have been most unkind, but she states it's a form of spouse abuse. I told her the alternative is my visiting pubs and possibly becoming a drunken souse, or go swimming with girls in hot water not even in hot tubs, but hot water tubs. Oh, okay. Alright. I just realized it's okay. It's all rhyming. That's why. Okay, some of these seem kind of extreme. I'm like, okay, abuse and spouse abuse. Okay, I get it. I get it. Recluse abuse. Alright. Cleaning. Dear Nintendo, can you tell me why the power light sometimes flashes on and off on my control deck? What were you... Hold on, let me look at my mod thing. Let's see what... Well, let's say... It doesn't show me what you tried to even type. Serial Wars, you have formal permission to say what it was that you were attempting to... Oh, control dick typo. Yeah, notice how they said control deck? There's a lot of official terminology Nintendo likes to use. Like, they never use the term cartridge. Instead, they say control deck. They don't say the term console. They say, they don't say, excuse me. They do not say cartridge. They say game pack. They don't say, oh my gosh! I just realized, okay, on screen it says, okay, yeah, they spelled, the person writing the letter or the person transcribing it. Yeah. Yeah, control, yeah, I see what's going, okay, I didn't notice that. Most Nintendo Entertainment Systems undergo heavy use. Combined with the trading or renting of game packs, this can cause buildup of electronic residue or dust on the connectors inside your game pack and control deck. Using the NES cleaning kit, it's safe to clean out that residue. The NES cleaning kit includes a game pack cleaner and control deck cleaner and retails for $9.95 at World of Nintendo locations or directly from Nintendo. Replacement parts for the NES cleaning kit are also available. If you'd like more information about maintaining your NES, please call the Nintendo Consumer Service Department at 1-800-255-3700, Monday through Saturday, 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific Time. And that 1-800-255-3700? Yeah, keep your control apparatus nice and clean. Yeah, a lot of people called them Nintendo tapes, Reliat. And especially because Nintendo was deliberately trying to make the NES look a bit more like a VCR, more so than the older traditional top-loading consoles that came before it. Alright. Alright. So, hold on, so... Hi, I'll be 11 by the time you read this, and I think I should be a power player. Okay, so... 11 plus 30... Yeah, this person is in... Wait, hold on. Yeah, this person's in their 40s now. Which is... Yeah, is in the Marshall Islands. Well, I just want to see. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this one's 16. I think I would like to be a video game designer someday. Greg Saluzzi. Yeah, I don't think they would put the full names these days. So here's a game based on Willow. I've never actually seen the film for this, so. Alright. So yeah, this is back when player's guides were still very important. So Tetris. The Game Boy Blockbuster makes its NES debut. So I guess in the issue before, it's funny, they say they cover Mario Land, but I guess they covered Tetris in the previous issue. Maybe they doled out some of this coverage. Look at this detailed instructions on how to play Tetris. Fill the gaps. We're gonna have to check it. Next time we're gonna check out the issue before this one and see if. Yeah. Oh look, there's Howard Phillips with his lovably his cool bow tie that he probably tied by hand himself. That's probably not even a clip-on. I never wore a bow tie in my life. I think I wore a necktie at one job I used to have, but I prefer freelancing and working from home nowadays. But here's some advice for Tetris experts and novices alike. Yeah, how much detailed... Okay, this is... By the time I was into Nintendo Power, it was past the Howard and Nestor era. So, this is my first time actually reading through a Howard and Nestor comic. NES, DuckTale, Exploratory Mission to the Moon. Now, I've never actually played... I watched DuckTales back, like, in the day, but I never actually played the game. T-minus 30 seconds and counting. Hey, careful, it's one small step. Nobody's gonna leave me out of the action, not for all the green cheese on the moon. Watch this giant leap. So where's all the cheese? Help, I'm being abducted. That sounds just like Nestor, come on. Take me to your leader, you quacks. Hello, fellow captive, what are you in for? Did you say quack to them? They hate that, you know. Well, what else do you say to a duck? They're playing board games. The door is guarded. That only leaves going through a solid wall. I think I know what this is getting at. They're gonna play Tetris somehow to get through the wall. Watch. This looks like a job for Robo-Duck. There must be a key somewhere. Stay there. I have an idea. I need the key from the 3rd floor. Then I can go through the door to the remote control. I can call the Robo-Duck. Okay, they just punch through the wall. Okay. This isn't that funny. And okay, I just realized from the bow tie that that's supposed to be Howard. So, hey, it's Ivan Iron Man Stewart's Off-Road. Did I actually have this game? No, I didn't have this game. Yeah, I did not have this game. I had Bigfoot for NES. And it's funny because, I don't know, it felt like in 99, 2001, when I was playing NES, I felt like ancient history. At the time, that would be like playing a PlayStation 3 game now. Which is really freaky to think about. Or even early PlayStation 4. That's kind of wild. Alright, so more walkthroughs for games I've never played and probably never will. Oh, wow. Yeah, Metroid. Femme Fatale finds cure for the evil Mother Brain's headaches. Holy smoke! Samus Aran, mighty galactic warrior, is revealed to be a woman when she removes her cumbersome space armor after defeating Mother Brain. So we actually have the moment that it got revealed, spoiled, that Samus is a woman. Rad Racer. Speed Demon Sweetie makes off with Dream Machine for RA328. Kid Icarus. Boy hero becomes a man by beating Medusa. Mythical Kid Icarus masters many mythological monsters to save the goddess Palutena from Medusa's crutches. By scoring many points, Pit can become a man. Why do they call him Kid Icarus? He's called Pit. They even say that. It's even weird that they called him Kid Icarus when they also called him Pit in the same article. And there's the ending to Punch Out. I'm going to zoom out a bit as I scroll through more of this. RoboCop, which is a movie I still haven't seen. I do know that the game uses music from the movie. I'm familiar with the RoboCop theme, and the game actually uses music. Oh my gosh. Here we go. Wow, I didn't know the Power Glove was going to be in this issue. Now, people, I'm sick of this over the years, and even nowadays, is recent. People keep, like, I remember when the Wii got revealed, or the Revolution controller, as it was then called, because the Wii name wasn't revealed yet. And I remember reading an EGM on the right before I really stopped subscribing to it, and users were writing into or emailing into the response to the reveal of the Revolution controller. And people were saying, and online and in magazines, when they were writing in, oh, like, why would Nintendo recycle a crappy idea like the Power Glove and make it the main controller for their system? Like, oh, it's the Nintendo Power Glove. Nintendo screwed it up then, and they're going to screw it up now. And it's like, Nintendo did not make the Power Glove. This was a Mattel, a third-party accessory. Look, this high-tech controller from Mattel fits right on your hand. It's available in 2 different sizes. Like, I don't know why people think of the Power Glove. Oh, they have the U-Force here as well. Yeah, I don't know why people think of the Power Glove as though... The people still talk about it as though it's a first-party game. Now, all I'll say about this Wheel of Fortune game here is... I'll zoom in on it a little bit. We'll play it someday. We'll play the DOS version of Wheel of Fortune. And because I'm nostalgic for the DOS version of Wheel of Fortune because my grandmother had it on her old DOS computer when we went over to her place. Now, wow, I wonder, like, we have all these in-game prizes, BMX bike, VCR gear, a trip to Disney World. Now, I wonder if, like, Merv Griffin Enterprises, who must have published the game and had a third party develop for it, I wonder if they actually paid Disney for the legitimate rights to refer to Disney World and mention Mickey and have Mickey Mouse graphics, like a Mickey Mouse image in their game. Three Stooges. Okay, yeah. All right. I never played this game, but I know this screenshot of Larry here. I always thought was so. Like, just the way they digitized that screenshot and his expression there was always so amusing to me. I used to watch Three Stooges with my mom a lot. Okay, so Godzilla. More Willow coverage. Okay. Maps and stuff. Iron Sword. Okay, here we go. Here we go, baby. You've got a Game Boy. Alright. Golf, tennis, Super Mario Land, Revenge of the Gator. Revenge of the Gator is a pinball game by HAL. And I loved NES and Versus Pinball. And I know, which was made basically by HAL, uncredited within the game itself, and published by Nintendo. And Satoru Iwata himself worked on it. And I know I love Kirby's Pinball Land on Game Boy, which I do have a copy of. I almost had my childhood copy of it. I did not own that Kirby's Pinball Land as a child. Kirby's Pinball Land, I would temporarily traded with a friend who had Game Boy. And that's how I played Kirby's Pinball Land back in the 90s. I did not own the game myself until, early mid-2000s. Yeah, I was in college by the time I owned Kirby's Pinball Land. Yeah, Revenge of the Gator. It's a pinball game by HAL, and I love to play it, especially as an early Game Boy game. Now, Super Mario Land here. Now, it's kind of crazy because, look at this art. I mean, just the fact that the logo for a Mario game could look like that. So before that's officially style mandated, like, guide for how, all logos for Mario games must look like this or whatever. So, all right, let's read through this. We just beat the game. Oh, wow, it includes walkthrough stuff as well. I mean, not that we need it, but I mean, if I read this first, I would have known where that secret elevator was in that one stage. A Game Boy exclusive, Mario sets out on a new adventure. A big selection of Game Boy games have been announced for release in the near future. Leading the packs is this latest adventure of the greatest video game character ever, Mario. Help Mario make tracks over land, sea, and air with some hot new gadgets and a mad world. It's Super Mario Land. He's up to some of the same old tricks. It's an exciting new adventure for Mario, but some things never change. He's still in search of size-increasing mushrooms and fire... Wow! Even in the official Nintendo of America magazine, they call them fire flowers and not Super Ball flowers. And jumping through a maze of giant pipes and blocks, and new ones too. A new land and some inventive gadgets make Mario's latest journey unique from all his others. Piloting a sleek and speedy mini-sub with turbo torpedoes and a one-seat propeller-driven plane, Mario motors through 12 stages of unexplored territory to save Princess Daisy. You know, it's funny. That game did not feel... I didn't feel like I played through an entire 12 stages. I felt like I played through a lot fewer than 12. It just went by so fast. Mario really made it big in his first adventure in the Mushroom Kingdom, and now he's back and once again ready to rescue the princess. Now, just for a bit of context, at this point in North America, in North America and Europe, the only Mario games that were on the market at this point were Super Mario Brothers and the Western version of Super Mario Brothers 2, which was the conversion and localization from Doki Doki Panic. So there's no Super Mario Brothers 3 yet. So, and it's kind of like, if you're in Europe especially, like, Mario games, like, each Mario game has been so different from the one before it in Europe and North America, because you have Super Mario Brothers 2, and Super Mario Land is the third game. Each game, in fact, this game, in a lot of ways, is a bit more of a throwback to Mario Brothers 1 from our perspective at the time. Whereas for me, personally, I played this as my first Mario game I actually sat down and owned and played. Release the first mushroom block to add power to your punch. 1-up block. Super Ball power. So here they mention it, call it Super Ball power. So they just let that reference to a fire flower. World 1, 2. This stage consists of one suspended platform after another. Watch your step. Be sure to collect a couple of 1-ups along your way. Okay. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, alright. Another 1-up. Wow, are they going to go through... Okay. We're just going to go... They only cover World 1 here. So, Revenge of the Gator. I'm going to read... Okay, it's not... They don't go into... If they went into detail, I would have held off. Oh my gosh, this looks... I mean, obviously it's pinball. But this looks so much like Kirby's Pinball Land. Oh my... Yeah, Kirby's Pinball Land flat out looks like they just converted. This looks like, yeah, looking at this now, it just looks like Kirby's Pinball Land is just a direct sequel to Revenge of the Gator. Now, I'm on a high, Revenge of the Gator is now, as far as physical vintage games, Revenge of the Gator is now very high on my list. I'm going to take a look at how much this game costs. Bells and buzzers sound off in stereo while the silver ball weaves in and out of range of metal-munching alligators in this fantastic version of video pinball. Whether or not the gators get revenge is up to you and your flipping fingers. Pop the ball into the upper left corner of the lower screen, then move one screen up into big bonus territory. With the right flipper finesse, you'll be able to steer the ball into many bonus screens and earn a stupendous score. Don't let the ball slip by. That gator is getting mighty hungry. Yeah, and like Kirby Pinball Land, which I believe you could actually beat, such as it were, this looks like more the kind of game where you really are going to want to write down your scores. The kind of nerdy game where I could take averages and look for outliers, lying scores and stuff like. You know, that would be a good stream. Like 2 hours of Alleyway, followed by 2 hours of versus pinball. That would be dope. Alright. Okay. I got scared. I thought I actually ended the stream for a second. No. Back over here. That's more like it. No. Yeah, if there was a lot of... Now, Castlevania The Adventure... I've never played a Castlevania game before, I gotta admit. I do have Castlevania on the NES Classic Edition, so I'll be playing... Yay, Tennis, the game that almost put me to sleep on stream. Let me think. Panel de Pon on Super Nintendo? Super Famicom, rather, played on Nintendo Switch Online's Super Nintendo app. That game almost put me to sleep because it was so comfy and sweet. But this was real. I think this is even not as fun as even NES tennis. A game I could go the rest of my life without playing. Baseball, a game I could go the rest of my life without playing once. It's time to hit the courts with fast feet and sensational serves. Try to master the 4 difficulty levels, which make the Nintendo Game Boy version a real challenge. Alright, Alleyway. New from Nintendo, break away blocks and send your score sky high in a new variation of a familiar game. Maneuver your ship to move just right, to move the bounce balls into block breaking, maneuver your ship just right to bounce balls into block breaking position. Break the blocks. Start the game and shoot for a high score. The first formation is a basic rectangle. Yeah, there's not much to say with this. A new variation of a familiar game we're not going to mention explicitly. Oh my gosh, now this is interesting. Now golf. Okay, here we go. This is something of note. I'm blowing this up nice and big here. So, Saga, the first role-playing game for Game Boy from Square, is sure to please fans of games like Dragon Warrior. Why don't they mention Final Fantasy, which is an actual other Square game? Have you thought of adding another point redemption? Maybe you could read about Lunarian and Doorworm lore. Yeah, I thought of that. But, that's... if I add that, that'll be something I add down the line, but just... I won't spoil things, but they're very concrete plans along those lines, Kalakaboy. Now, Saga... yeah, they mentioned Dragon Warrior, which is a game from Square Enix's... Square Enix. Look, which is... Dragon Warrior was by Enix, and Final Fantasy was by Square. Dragon Warrior is... Enix and Square were competitors, and Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior were in fierce competition at this time. So it's kind of ironic that they mentioned Dragon Warrior instead of Final Fantasy. Was Final Fantasy out in North America at this time? I don't know. But discover lost treasure, build experience, and find weapons to go after evil forces. A town in the distance holds many mysteries. Yeah, that is not a town. That is the tower that goes to that leads to paradise. Rest at an inn for energy. Yeah, so they just took a couple of screenshots from the first several seconds of the game. Yeah, Dragon Quest, the trademark was, I think, currently, at the time they brought Dragon Quest to North America, the Dragon Warrior trademark was being held by, I think, TSR, the Sacred Realm, which is, I think they put out, the company that put out Dungeons and Dragons. So, or it was being used by some other tabletop role-playing game. So they had to call it Dragon Warrior instead of Dragon Quest. I think the last game in North America that I know of to use the Dragon Warrior trademark was Dragon Warrior Monsters, which is kind of the Pokemon-esque take on Game Boy Color of the Dragon. It's kind of a fusion of Pokemon. It's a Pokemon-like a monster catching and recruiting mechanics put in the Dragon Warrior universe, or Dragon Quest universe, rather. So, I'm glad I'm doing good for you, Stereoverse. Now, here's the funny thing. That's what I was getting at. Now, Saga, they mentioned Square. They mentioned Dragon Warrior, which is by Square's competition, Enix, before they merged into Square Enix. But when they brought Saga to North America, they ended up releasing it under the name Final Fantasy Legend. And that is and I played Final Fantasy Legend back in the 90s. And, yeah, and I never beat it, but I had a lot of fun with it. I changed the battery for it once in 2004, maybe. So I probably have to change the battery again by now. Actually, maybe not, because it's not like Pokemon Gold and Silver, where the game just burns through battery because of it's keeping your time and your time and the day of the week and all that. So I actually Pokemon, just Dragon. My Final Fantasy Legend cartridge might have the save I was working on back in. Yeah, so Boxel, HAL America has come up with a real puzzler. Move crates into their appropriate locations by pushing them around assorted obstacles, which, please take my gift. She doesn't seem impressed. Yeah, this is, that's known as Sakuban. Shanghai. This puzzling title from HAL America is popular in Japan. The challenge is to match pieces in a pile and arrange them in pairs. They have enhanced versions of Romancing Saga 1 and 2 on Switch. Yeah, the Saga, that Saga game was really the first ever handheld role-playing game. And it was a game that really it began the Saga series, which became a major RPG franchise, which, spun off into Saga Frontier, Romancing Saga, and so forth. Now, Serial Wars is asking, what is the first Game Boy to have a light? Now, I'm pulling out my Analog Pocket to show this off briefly. And I'll go to my my full screen here to show this off. Now, the first Game Boy to have a light built into it was called Game Boy Light. You may never heard of it because it only released in Japan. Game Boy Light is often described as a Game Boy Pocket with a light in it, but that is not accurate. Game Boy Light is actually a unique system that is Game Boy. It's based on the Game Boy Pocket. It's a Game Boy Pocket derivative, but instead of the AAA batteries of the Game Boy Pocket, it instead uses Game Boy, like Game Boy Color. It uses, well, I guess the AA batteries. So they're thicker AA batteries to make up for the fact that the light is sucking extra juice. Now, Game Boy Color did not have a light because I guess having a color screen and a light would get the battery life to a point where Nintendo wasn't satisfied with it anymore. Now, Game Boy Light so the bottom of the Game Boy Light, as I understand it, based on what I remember, was a little bigger than that of Game Boy Pocket, and the screen had a frost. If you remember those old 90s digital watches, and certain digital watches today, where if you have the light on there, it shows sort of has a bit of a frosty green look to it. And this mode I'm running on my Analog Pocket simulates how that looks. You can't really see it in person as well, but if I were to change that to how a Game Boy Pocket, look how this looks in Game Boy Pocket, simulating that screen. And then when I switch it to Game Boy Light mode, it has that sort of green frosty effect, which looks really cool in the dark. I even thought in the 90s when I would turn on a digital watch, I'm actually going to put my, I'm going to be done with my Analog Pocket for quite a while now that I'm done with the gameplay portion of this stream. So I'm going to put it in my Pelican 1040, which is not made for Analog Pocket specifically, but it happens to fit the system perfectly. A nice waterproof case you can keep it in. But let me get back to the magazine now. All right. So, Hyper Load Runner. Now, that's a game that... Alright, so we're done with... we're at the point where... Yeah, the Pelican makes a lot of electronics and game accessories. They make good stuff for the most part. Oh, Shadowgate. This game later came... I think they included Shadowgate 1 and 2 in a compilation for Game Boy Color that I remember reading about in the in Nintendo Power in the late 90s. So let's scroll through here. A Boy and His Blob. Yeah, there was a remake of this for Wii that had a really, really cute art style. But I don't want to look too close at A Boy and His Blob. I know it's kind of a puzzle game. Hey, how you doing, Amberg? Or, excuse me, Adelheid von Amberg. It's been a while since I said your name out loud, so I didn't want to mess it up. Yeah, we beat Super Mario Land. It's the first time I ever... Mega Counselor's Corner. I don't want to see any spoilers for... Oh man, look at these dudes. Yeah, yeah, these guys are probably in their 60s now. Yeah, we watched a lot of... We also watched, earlier in the stream, we watched some... today was kind of a Game Boy history stream to this point. We watched a lot of... we watched some Game Boy... We played Alleyway for a while. Then we played through Super Mario Land in its entirety. Oh, we have Nintendo World Championships 1990. Oh man, The Wizard. On December 14th, Universal Studios will premiere The Wizard, a movie that's sure to be a blockbuster for video game fans. The movie stars Fred Savage and Beau Bridges in a story where being a power player is more a matter of survival than fun. Corey's family is torn apart because of a tragic accident that causes 9-year-old Jimmy, Luke Edwards, to shut out the world around him to the point where he's committed to a psychiatric hospital. Corey, Fred Savage, decides to rescue Jimmy from the hospital and they set off on an adventure. Jimmy communicates to his big brother Corey that he wants to go to California. But with only $27.30 between them, Corey needs to be pretty resourceful if they're going to reach California. The two brothers find help along the way with a few unusual sources, including a streetwise girl named Haley. Together they discover that Jimmy has an unusual talent that becomes their sole source of money-making, playing video games. Jimmy and Corey hustle their way across the U.S. by making bets in video arcades. Since they aren't old enough to drive, they find some pretty strange modes of transportation. Wow, they spoiled the whole movie! They spoiled the whole movie, pretty much. Along the route, the guys hear about a national video game tournament called Video Game Armageddon in Los Angeles. Now, it's kind of funny how... Alright, it's kind of funny how we all know that Nintendo World Championships was based on the tournament scene in The Wizard, but it's like the movie isn't even out yet at this point, and they've already created Nintendo World Championships. So they really... I always imagined, I never looked at the exact timeline. Oh wow, the preview for Super Mario Bros. 3. Yeah, it's kind of funny how I always imagined that, like, The Wizard came out, it was a hit, and based on that they made the Nintendo World Championships, but no, they actually, yeah, they kind of, it seems like they co-developed the two things together to feed into each other. Hot news, Super Mario Bros. 3. It's been rumored that Mario and Luigi will be back for a new adventure for the NES, and now it's official. Super Mario Bros. 3, which is already a hit for PlayChoice, Nintendo's arcade system, will make its NES debut in 1990. We'll have more details next issue on exactly when it will be released. In the meantime, you can check it out on PlayChoice. Get ready for the greatest Super Mario Bros. Adventure yet, with 8 huge worlds, great new characters, and lots of fantastic features. The worlds are mapped out, and shown from an overworld perspective, with numbered sections that represent stage. Not stages, just stage. When you complete most stages, you collect a card to use later on, and then you'll be able to move on to the next challenge. The gameplay has a lot of similarities to the original Super Mario Bros., with a lot of new ideas added. Mario and Luigi will still be able to grow with the aid of special mushrooms and throw fireballs with fire flowers. They'll also find a few more special items, including a leaf that will let them sprout ears and a tail for limited flying power, and a frog suit for great swimming and jumping. There's a load of bonus games that will test your memory and timing to earn special items, and also a challenge stage where Mario and Luigi will go head-to-head in a variation of the original Mario Brothers game. It's great. Watch for a ton of hidden secrets, too. So yeah, I guess this was the point where they officially acknowledged the existence of Super Mario Bros. 2. Because if you were reading other magazines, they very well, like EGM, by this point, they probably already imported the Famicom version and were doing coverage of it. And full spoilers and everything. Nintendo Power back issues available now. 80. Yeah, so one. Okay, wow. Yeah, so this is, I guess, the 9th issue. Huh. What is this? Just a vacation. Just a prize. Hey, there's Howard Phillips. Cool. $50 gift certificate from Nintendo. Just Toy Store gift certificate. At the toy store of your choice. I guess they would actually call up the toy store and just buy you a gift certificate for that toy store. I mean, this was back when any store, like, they would just fill out they'd have, like how you order your checks, right? I mean, even that's the kind of an archaic thing. I mean, I have checks, for what few things I use them for business dealings here and there. But you would, like, how you would order checks, a store would just order from a company. They just order some custom gift certificates and just fill them out when people purchase gift certificates. You have a gift card with a digital graphics. So here we go. So we're on to our next magazine. How much time do you have left? We've got an hour left to read these. We have 3 more magazines and only an hour to read them. We're going to maybe focus a bit more on the Game Boy portions. But Electronic Gaming Monthly. Oh my gosh. Win! Secret video game tips, tricks, and strategies video cassette tape. See page 16. Alright. Let's jump straight to the Game Boy stuff. I'll read... Okay. With the introduction of the new 16-bit game systems from NEC and Sega, as well as the Game Boy Black and White and Atari Color handhelds, many of you may be left wondering, with all these great new game systems finally out, which do I choose? Which has the best software support? Which has the most to offer me? Don't worry, because EGM is here to give you answers. Okay, we'll just... Alright, now this is going to be interesting. Please, no more... Oh my gosh. I just spent the last, I never went back to the magazine feed. I just spent, the last 10 minutes, talking about the wizard and all that, and none of you even saw any of it on screen. Because I did for Serial Wars, I was showing off the Analog Pocket, and I forgot to go back to my layout for the magazine, so I apologize there. So, I know about the wizard is the kid who goes California throughout it. Yeah, the wizard, you know about the Power Glove scene. That's kind of infamous, has its own memes about it as well. Really, the wizard is kind of that genre of late 80s, early 90s, road kids on an interstate hitchhiking road trip. It was kind of a genre at the time where kids, it was usually 2 brothers, sometimes a couple of friends. I wanted to show you I'm not going to sit. I'm so sorry. I wish, if something seems wrong with the stream, or you want to ask about something, if the volume's not right, or whatever, ask me about it. Tell me about it. Because if I don't, just don't be afraid. You're not going to offend me. If something's wrong with my microphone, for instance, and I sound like a robot, I'm not putting on a robot voice. I'm not playing a robot character on the stream, right? I'm not going to know unless you tell me. So don't be afraid to... Because I've had people say, I was afraid I'd embarrass you or I'd get you upset or throw off your rhythm. No. I need to... If something's impeding your streaming experience, because I'm doing this for y'all, you got to let me know. And I'm not calling anyone out. I'm just saying, don't be afraid to let me know. You're not going to get me upset if something's technically wrong with the stream. Or, the Super Mario Bros. 3 stuff, I closed that already. Okay. So please, no more Nintendo. I must say that you people at EGM sure put out a top-notch mag. What I would like to know, however, is why it seems EGM is shifting to more of a Nintendo magazine instead of more or less equal coverage of Sega, Nintendo, and other game systems. My opinion, Nintendo has enough mags of its own on the market anyway. I buy EGM because I know it covers all machines. Lastly, why is EGM starting to cover computer software? Alright, so basically he's just mad because of playing games he's not interested in reading about. Why is EGM starting to cover computer software? Yeah, this was back when there was a... Oh, wow. It's a U.S. Army Corporal at that. Hold on a second. I just got to deal with something real quick. Okay. Yeah, this sort of 80s, 90s, late 80s, early 90s, kids on a road trip while the police try to find them and bring them home kind of genre. That was the thing. The only example, I don't know why, I feel like, I remember there being a bunch of movies like that at the time. The only other one I could think of offhand is Josh and Sam, which was a 1993 film. Which, from what I remember, Josh and Sam, which I'd be surprised if that even got a DVD release. That's such an obscure movie. The only reason I remember, but anyway, that movie was basically, as I remember, just The Wizard without video games. But yeah, this was back when there was a divide between the concept of video games and computer games. Yeah, why is EGM starting to cover computer software? There are very few mags that cater to gamers, and even fewer that are worth talking about. Let the hackers buy their own mags and focus your energy on us. The few, the proud, the video gamers of America. Wow, talk about... This guy has a chip on his shoulder. I mean, Nintendo was the most popular system of the time. It had the most games coming out. Yeah, you covered too much Nintendo stuff. There are very few mags that cater to gamers, and even fewer that are worth talking about. Let the hackers buy their own mags and focus your energy on us, the few, the proud, the video gamers of America. Wowee. NEC's PC Engine, the forefather to the TurboGrafx, is currently the #1 selling system in Japan. Now there's a letter you won't find in Nintendo Power. Seriously. Thanks bunches for the comments, Christian. It is you, the gamers, are ultimately, without your input, electronic gaming would not be the same. You do make some additional points, and most of your pleas for additional Sega coverage are already coming true. Turn through the pages and you'll find nearly a dozen pages on the Master System, Sega Master and Genesis systems, including previews for, they list some games. True, you will find more Nintendo info, but it's not because we favor one system over another. We love them all. It's because the volume of games and products released for the NES as compared to the Sega machines. We also love computer software, but beginning with this issue, we've decided to determine electronic gaming. Wow, they just referred to the magazine as electronic gaming. Starting with this issue, we've decided to turn electronic gaming into a 100% video game magazine. That means you'll read even more about the latest developments in the latest systems. Don't worry, computer fans, because we've got nifty surprises coming from... Wow, it's interesting that there was such a... I mean, I think of it casually from time to time, but... Oh yeah, the scene with the giant dinosaurs, those are about an hour from you in the city of Cabazon, California. Yeah, those dinosaurs were also in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. And I don't know what other movies those dinosaurs... I just know from Pee-wee's Big Adventure and The Wizard, those dinosaurs are really famous. And it's nice to know that they still exist like 30 plus years later. It's kind of crazy. I never thought about, video... And in terms of technology, like just the fact that Commander Keen was able to pull off a side-scrolling platformer on a PC was a big deal at the time. Because the home computer games, like the home computers at the time, were really designed for application programs and utility software first, as opposed to gaming. So the hardware wasn't gaming optimized. So there's some things you couldn't do on home consoles, but there are a lot of things you could do on home consoles that were never possible on a PC at the time. Looking for Game Boy. I'm writing to ask for more information about Nintendo's Game Boy system and the Epix Color handheld system. What I would really like to know is the release dates for both units. I already have 133 games for NES and 52 games for the Sega, but I'd like to get a hold of these two handhelds. Wait a second, let me get this straight. You have 133 Nintendo games and 52 Sega games? I bet you also have an empty wallet, or did you hit the jackpot on Wheel of Fortune or something? Anyway, you can turn to page 40 in our second issue for the complete scoop on Game Boy, including release dates, prices, etc. The Epix portable system is now the Atari portable system, however, with the two companies teaming up to take the Game Boy on head-to-head. A couple of weeks ago on MTV, I saw them talking about the TurboGrafx 16 from NEC. I thought the NEC had the PC Engine. Can you clear this up? The TurboGrafx 16 and PC Engine are one and the same. The system was repackaged and renamed for the US. And here we have, look at this Joy card, SSS Sansui. We've got another dimension in Nintendo Fun with a gamepad that's very explicitly derived from the Famicom controller, going as far as to have a headphone jack in the controller itself. That's interesting. And we have some Hudson games here. We've got Adventure Island. I don't know. I know there's a hunger system in Adventure Island. I probably wouldn't enjoy that much. Bomberman. I've never played the original NES Bomberman. The only classic Bomberman game I've ever played is Bomberman 93, which I played on the Wii Virtual Console in 2006 or 7 or whatever. And I still have a lot of fond memories of Bomberman 93. Coming on the Wii, coming back from college, and I'd make some. I was still at home, living at home at the time. It was a commuter college. I'd make a plate of vegetarian sloppy Joe with the Morningstar meatless crumbles and some manwich sauce, and make some sloppy Joe sandwiches and eat at that and play Bomberman 93. Talking about game and food combos. I did that during one of the Commander Keen streams, and I forgot. Now, Mylon Secret Castle, I know that game's kind of frustrating. I think there's a port of that for Game Boy where they made it a little less cryptic. But let's scroll down through here. A Stealth ATF, Thundercade, Super Dodgeball. We're gonna just, I didn't realize King's Quest came out for NES. I did not know that. So let's scroll through here. We got Vigilante, Space Harrier 2. Now it's kind of funny because Space Harrier, that's a Sega game. Now it's... Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, so at this time... No, excuse me. For some reason, my brain, like... Okay. Never mind. Okay. Alright, no, King's... Okay, I forgot I wasn't reading Nintendo Power anymore. Hey, Mecha Kong. I just trolled myself hard. I forgot I wasn't reading Nintendo Power anymore. I'm like, King's Quest, I didn't know that released on NES. Like, okay, it didn't. Okay, because this is EGM. Okay, issue 2 or whatever. Yeah, so Mecha Kong, to get you up to speed on the stream, we started with a little, what system was that? No, we started with a little, I had to look at the cartridge. We started with a little Alleyway, then we watched some Game Boy related promotional early, like, launch period era, like, Game Boy videos, and, I started another food pairing for Kalakaboy, Reliet, with another, Sodor lore reading, so we're just going to, jump over to... Where's the button? I moved my Sodor lore reading button. So we're going to read a little bit more deep lore about from deep lore from the world of Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. So here we go. The Snowdon Mountain Railway had been opened shortly before this, and on their advice, the apt rack system was adopted. Now, this is cutting this. I'm not reading from the actual lore, but just so you know, the apt rack system was developed by a Swiss engineer, Dr. Roman Apt. He was an engineer from Switzerland who developed a rack system that allowed the railways to climb up hills that were steeper than mere friction would allow them to. So that's what the apt rack system is. Construction was greatly helped by the Snowdon Company's expertise. It is not surprising, therefore, that the two railways are similar in many respects. The main difference is that while the Snowdon Mountain Railway's climb is short and sharp, only 4 3/4 miles, the Coldefell line is twice that length, with easy gradients at the foot steepening finally to a fierce 1 5 on the last mile to Summit Station. Construction proceeded smoothly, and the line was passed for passenger traffic in March 1900 by the inspector from the Board of Trade. After rigorous tests of both operational methods and safety precautions, it was opened to the public on Whit Monday, and just for over a month all went well. Then, on a return journey, number 1 Godred left the rails at Devil's Back and fell down a ravine. Happily, the passengers kept calm, and no one was injured. But the engine, when recovered the next day, was found to be beyond local repair. I'm going to actually, because I happen to have this ready to go, I didn't plan to be reading about this in particular, but Yeah, we talked about... They mentioned Godred. Yeah, let's pull up Godred there. This is the engine that was involved in the crash there. So, okay. So all went well. Number 1, Godred, left the rails at Devil's Back and fell down a ravine. Happily, the passengers kept calm and no one was injured, but the engine, when recovered the next day, was found to be beyond local repair. Rebuilding at this stage was financially out of the question, so Godred's remains were put at the back of Kirk Macon's sheds, where for the next few years they provided a useful collection of spare parts for repairing the others. Yeah, so... rest in peace, Godred, the only named engine to be explicitly shown to have been destroyed in these old Thomas stories. Now, Reliant, you always struck me as enough of a Thomas nerd that I'm sure you were familiar with. Excuse me. Why is this inverted? Why are the colors inverted here? That's a little creepy. I don't know how that happened. Caldy is, yeah, so, Caldy was on the other mount, Caldy was locomotive number 4 on the Caldy Fell Mountain Railway. Which was actually, excuse me. How dare I forget? How dare I forget? I just happened to have the actual toy. Let me bring this back up on screen. I just happened to have the actual toy, the 90s Ertl toy for Godred right here on screen. Right here on my desk, just because I'm a dork and would have that. Of course I would have this on my desk. Now, I'm going to switch to my full screen here. Now, the funny thing about the mountain engines is that when it came... focus, please, camera. Please focus. Yeah, because... It doesn't want to focus. Because when they were doing the illustrations, these rack railway engines always push their coaches forward. Therefore, unlike the typical engines where they're pulling the train, you can see the front. These engines would only be seen from behind most of the time, so the illustrators decided to put a face on the back, which you could barely see without the camera focusing. And, yeah, they put a face on the back of these mountain engines so that when the illustrations, you could actually see their expressions. So, these toys to reflect that actually have the face on the front and the back. They're not separate beings. It's not like Cat Dog or something like that where there's a different brain on the front and the back. They're both the same character, but they just show a face in the front and the back. They never explicitly mention in the stories that there's a face in the back. They just sort of show it. There's some other characters in the original Thomas books that do have a face in the front and the back. Yep, so that's... thank you, Reliant, for another Sodor lore reading. We'll go back to the magazine here. Yeah, no, it was in, I know they introduced Mighty Mac. And it's funny because right before I discovered that Mighty Mac existed, I was like, I wonder if they ever brought because, like, I honestly think if Reverend Audrey had brought Mighty Mac brought a double fairly locomotive into the Railway series, the original books, I think they would have represented the double fairly as being a single machine with a single face, well, not with a single personality. Whereas in the TV show, they're kind of focusing on that double-ended engine gimmick. And so Super Mario Land. It lists the release date as 8/1 of, I guess, 1990. Yeah, Wilbert the locomotive. There's an engine called Wilbert, named after Wilbert Audrey, who, now, okay, this Thomas lore gets a bit complicated, like, if you're not familiar. So, in the Railway series, which is the original series of books that is the source material for Thomas the Tank Engine, Reverend Audrey exists as a character in that world called the Thin Clergyman. Now, in the character the Thin Clergyman is a man who takes photographs of locomotives and writes about them for books and children's stories. So the Thin Clergyman is the self-insert avatar of Reverend Audrey. Now, Christopher Audrey wrote the last, I guess, dozen and a half or so Railway series books in the 80s and through the 90s, and then a couple in the 2000s when he ended the series. And when they wrote a book called Wilbert the Forest Engine, which was about an engine that was coincidentally named after Wilbert Audrey, but Wilbert Audrey himself did not write those books, nor did he appear in those stories. But anyway, Super Mario Land. Mario is back, and he's got a new mission ahead. Hold on, Okay, so Mario is back. He's got a new mission ahead. In this Game Boy rendition of the regular Super Mario... Wait a second. This is reading a little funny here. Let's read this more carefully. Okay. I actually want to zoom in on this a bit, make sure y'all can see it. Mario is back, and he's got a new mission ahead. And this Game Boy rendition of the regular Super Mario Bros. Arcade game, Super Mario must rescue the Princess Daisy from a whole new cast of nasty characters that include exploding turtles, spear-throwing bees, stone faces, pogo men, upside-down killer plants, and more. Don't worry, because help is on the way. Grab a mushroom to power up, a flower to fire, and a star to become invincible. And when you think it's all over, go to the bonus room and win up to 3 free Marios. H, do I remember a Thomas the Tank Engine, Ertl Diesel 199? Oh, you mean this Diesel 199 that I have on my desk? Who do you think you're talking to? Come on. You were gifted him as a kid instead of Boko, and really confused and was mad at your mom. Yeah, dude, look at my shirt. Like, there's no way you don't know what this shirt means, Reliet. I don't know, like, who you are, but you've dropped enough random train nerdness on my stream over the year and change I've been streaming that you should... In fact, it's faded out, but this symbol that was on D199 is like... that. Yeah. Like, and no, I don't wear the same shirt every day. I just have like a dozen of this one shirt, and I'm not even kidding. But, yeah, D199 was a Railway Series only character who would have been, no, you gotta get, Reliet, I'd recommend getting your hands on, a box set of the books, or one of the, yeah, get your hands on a box set of the books, because there was a version printed about 5 or 6 years ago that you could get for like 100 and change. I mean, it's not a cheap cost, but you can get it for relatively cheap. A box set of the first 26 Railway Series books, and off Amazon. And the current Mattel has no interest in reprinting it, because this was made right before the Mattel purchase. I think, I don't remember when that happened, but yeah, he was a Railway Series only character that appeared in 1968, which was the same year that steam was abolished on British railways. So Diesel 199 and Diesel 7071, I think was his number, came to the island. And D199 was a jerky, racist Diesel, like, oh, steam sucks, you're all going to be scrapped. And the other Diesel was actually nice. It's like, oh, don't be rude to them on their own railway. And both Diesels failed, and Henry saved both their trains at the same time. They got rid of D199, and they kept the other Diesel, who became named Bear and became a mainstay on Sodor, actually. But, yeah, but here, well, look at this. Super Mario Land. Mario's back, and he's got a new mission ahead in this Game Boy rendition of the regular Super Mario Bros. Arcade game. So what they're getting at, what this is back at this time, like the NES had a sort of regional staged-based rollout in North America, where they were rolling it out first in New York City, and then it gradually was sent out region by region. So there were some places where Versus Super Mario Brothers hit the arcades months or even up to a year before the NES actually became available in stores. So there are a lot of people who reminisce, and even on G4 I saw some people reminiscing about this, where they, when the NES came out, they were telling their friends, oh my gosh, there's a Nintendo made a home system, and there's an arcade-perfect port of Super Mario Brothers on it, not realizing that the arcade version of Super Mario Brothers actually was a version of the NES or Famicom game that was adapted to make it a little harder. Alright. And when you think it's all... Yeah, so here's someone who really sort of... Well, first off, it makes it sound like it's a port of Super Mario Brothers, which is not the case. And second off, it makes it seem like this is... Like they were... This is one of the people who thought that the first Super Mario Brothers game was the arcade game and not the NES one. They thought the NES version was like a port of it. They're saying on the official Thomas Tank Engine website in the 90s, you could talk to Sir Topham Hatt and just trying to find out, you know, what... I remember each time a new Thomas tape came out, like, hoping that, you know, D199 or Godred and Colby would be in these new tapes, and it just never happened. Eventually, Mike, Rex, and Bert were in the TV series. Somehow the stars aligned. They were able to sneak an adaptation of Small Railway Engines, the 1967 Railway Series book, into one of the last seasons of the CG Thomas before they rebooted it into Thomas All Engines Go. But Alleyway, inspired by the classic Breakout and Arkanoid games, Game Boy gives us an Alleyway, a whole new brick-bashing challenge that features a multitude of unique play mechanics. I'm more forgiving for Alleyway than I am for most people. That even Jeremy Parrish actually did fantastic. For Jeremy Parrish on YouTube, did the best coverage on YouTube that Alleyway has or probably ever will have. And even he, in both within his Alleyway video and in other videos where he references Alleyway, describes Alleyway as barely enjoyable. But in spite of his not liking the game much, he gives it very fair coverage in terms of its historical significance. But yeah, they say unique play mechanics. There's not a lot of unique play. All the play mechanics are like stage hazards. There's no unique items or anything like that. Progress to higher levels. Your plateau's cut in half as the speed increases. Okay. Okay. Here's me not being used to how these reviews are formatted back then. Okay. Levels of play 12. Wow, how many stages were actually part of the review? Okay. Even though it's in B&W and on a 2-inch screen, Super Mario Land is a fantastic game. A fantastic game that's fun to play. There are loads to discover and all new worlds to chart. It's a bit short, only 12 screens. 12 screens makes it sound like 12 single screen. No, it's 12 stages, and each stage is multiple screens long. Yeah, Alec Baldwin, I think he just wanted to pay off the new wing on his mansion or whatever he was up to at that time. Yeah, wow, Mario's back. And he's portable. Easily the best Game Boy cart. Super Mario Land should be your first purchase. Pipes, hidden coin rooms, and 1-ups. They're all there, just waiting to be discovered. It's Super Mario Brothers all over again, and it's fantastic. Now, Game Boy came bundled with Tetris. They were genius because anyone who bought most of the hardcore gamers at the time, such as the traditional gaming audience, already had NES, loved Super Mario Brothers 1 and 2. If they get a Game Boy, they would buy Super Mario Brothers. A lot of them wouldn't buy Tetris. But because they bundled Tetris, a lot of people bought a Game Boy who otherwise would not have bought a Game Boy at all. And that's the same formula that they used with Wii Sports on the Wii that made the Wii such a hit. No. Yeah. It's Super Mario Bros. All over again. It's fantastic. Like Super Mario Bros. For the NES, Super Mario Land is filled with the same kind of running and jumping action. There are loads of secret things to discover and new screens that add to the Game Boy theme. This is the best Game Boy game I've seen so far. Wow, like, this review sounds just as positive as the one above it, but the one above it gets an 8, and this one gets a 7. And another 8 review. Okay. A great Game Boy game. Excellent scrolling graphics with Mario Land look and play just like Super Mario Bros. All the bad guys, mushrooms, and other features from the original are here, along with new characters, one-ups, hidden coins, and more. A portable Super Mario Bros. Which technically would really not happen until, like, literally until Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on Game Boy Color. Not even a decade later. Wow. It feels like a... I mean, it feels like a lifetime later that we're talking about late, like, what, 99 or 2000 Super Mario Bros. Deluxe came out on Game Boy Color? But, okay, so reviews for Alleyway. Alleyway is perfectly suited for the Game Boy. It's also a very good game that combines some new features like scrolling blocks and bonus rooms with the original Breakout theme. Power-ups would have been a nice addition, a la Arkanoid, but as it stands, Alleyway is good, but a bit long. That's an interesting complaint that it's long. I mean, anything you'd want... I mean, it's a score attack game. Who would complain about it being long? It's not a game I think of as a game to beat, I guess. I don't know. It's a little interesting take there. I mean, and that's what I love about these. These are the period takes. It's not like reading a modern review of Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear, and you read like a modern review of Sonic the Hedgehog on Game Gear. A lot of them are like, oh, it's just a watered-down version of the Genesis game. And when you read a period review, it's like, wow, they managed to, it's even just as good as... It's just a different zeitgeist, I guess, is the best way of putting it. Now, it's Breakout or Arkanoid. Nothing special, and definitely nothing very exciting. Worse than average gameplay and not worth buying. Save your money for the better games which will be coming soon. A daggone, a 3! Man, even at the time, there were some harsh takes on this game, and I mean, this feels like Alleyway feels like a game that they made at a time where it's like, is this going to be something like NES, or is this going to be a Game & Watch with interchangeable cartridges? And I feel like this game was made as though this is going to be a Game & Watch with interchangeable cartridges, and... Okay, here we go. Alleyway has a good theme that seems to die in mid-bounce. The scrolling bricks are a nice touch, but after playing it a few times, start wondering when it will end. It simply goes on and on. True, the patterns change, but there's not enough variety. A perfect design for the Game Boy, though. Okay, so he's like, it could be more, but... Okay, portable Arkanoid without the weapons. Well, it has scrolling boards and bonus boards. There's really nothing special about the game. It's just another paddle game that's screaming for power-ups or some kind of enhancement. 5. Game Boy Baseball. Yeah, a copy of RBI Baseball for NES and every bit is good. Let's scroll out a bit. Now that we're not, okay. This video right here. The #1 videotape. Okay, we're gonna, what should I do? We're gonna come back, this right here. We're gonna come back to this later. Just remember this later, alright? I'll dedicate another stream to it down the line, maybe. So look at this, we're not even like a quarter of the way through the magazine. Alright. Twin Cobra, Thundercade, Sky Shark, Dig Dug 2 by Broderbund. Okay. It's easy to forget, because this is so NES-centric, the stuff that's non-NES kind of takes me by surprise still. Okay, R-Type, that's a game I still need to play. I never played R-Type before. I never played a lot of, like, side-scrolling shooting action. Alright. Okay. Say it ain't so. The Sega Master System, after making new overtures to attack third-party licensees, appears to be losing their main third-party contributors, mainly Activision and Parker Brothers. On the subject of Sega, Quarterman has an all-new appreciation for what their 16-bit Genesis machine can actually do. Although there is much that can be labeled as labeled as daring or unique, like cards like Ghouls and Ghosts are so good they have to make Nintendo cringe. With third-party titles coming soon, Genesis has the goods to be a great system. Yeah, it's funny reading about Genesis as a potentially good system. See, just prior to Consumer Electronics Show, and mind you, CES, which is Consumer Electronics Show, for electronic industry in general. This was pre-E3. E3 didn't come out till 95. And so the video game industry really kind of piggybacked on CES at the time. Just prior to CES, Atari worked out a deal to get the Epix handheld for an undisclosed number of cookies. This portable game machine, which uses an 8-bit processor and 16-bit graphics chip, first discussed in the May EGM, has incredible good looks and some nifty hardware functions like internal scrolling. It remains pricey, $149.95. However, third-party support is questionable. The Acclaim American Techno's Trade West lawsuit over Double Dragon 2 is settled. Trade West keeps the original and gets the computer and licensing rights to number 2. All's well that ends well, I suppose. Okay. Alright. Nintendo turned their back on the 16-bit Super Famicom during the CES and focused all their attention on the Game Boy. Nintendo propaganda machine never looked better at the 8 a.m. press conference that the announce of the new unit. Nintendo's mascot Mario explained to the audience that 16-bit systems are not... Okay. Alright. This is interesting. Nintendo's mascot Mario explained to the audience that 16-bit systems are not really the wave of the future, and that there is no need for their introduction at this time because the NES is powerful enough for today's game players. Yeah, right. The best of the new Game Boy games available is Castlevania from Konami. Although Nintendo backed down from their 16-bit Super Famicom system, Quarterman is well informed on sources that the most powerful of all the 16 bits were released in Japan in either November, next February, or next July, according on the success of their Dragon Quest IV. Nintendo doesn't want to take the steam out of the most successful RPG series by unveiling the Super Famicom prematurely. This Namco 16-bit that... Okay. Wow, so Namco and NEC were planning a 16-bit system at one point? Alright. Enter and win the incredible TurboGrafx 16 from NEC. Okay. Okay, here we go. This will be interesting now. Here's some interesting... Okay. The first 16-bit game system developed outside of Japan, the Konix multi-system captures true 16-bit gaming in a package that is unconventional yet powerful. Get the full story on this exciting machine and its future here in the US. Okay, let's look at this. Konix. Look at this contraption. After the July issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly previewed them, and the summer Consumer Electronics Show introduced them, the video game world has been buzzing about the latest in gaming technology, 16-bit systems. While the new high-powered game machines revealed at CES, NEC's TurboGrafx 16 and Sega's Genesis created quite a stir. New attention is being focused onto a segment of the console market that is still eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 16-bit Super Famicom and Namco's 16-bit Super System. Much of that interest is being directed at the first 16-bitter developed outside of Japan, the Konix Multi-System. The multi-system, previously codenamed Slipstream, is England's contribution to the next-generation game system wars. While their number one weapon may not carry a name as familiar as Sega or Nintendo, the unit that Konix has created seems to have a lot of the power that will be necessary to go up against the big guns. Beyond its lightning-fast processor, the Konix multi-system also has a multitude of additional features that include an interchangeable controller system that provides physical feedback during play, a simulator chair, and games that work on disc rather than carts. The multi-system itself is blue and black and has been described in the British gaming press as a toilet seat with handlebars. The system embraces the controls as part of the entire package in an effort to provide a more hands-on appeal, giving players more feedback than a typical flat pad. One of the Conic's multi-system's most unique feature is its interchangeable controller system that allows you to change the controller as easy as you change the joystick for one game, then switch to a steering wheel, and reconfigure the joystick in the shape of handlebars for the next. There's also an arcade-style simulator chair that rocks and rolls to the movements of the system's joystick. A high price tag, however, makes the chair questionable, however. Look at this thing! Look at this thing! No wonder this thing never came out. The multi-system simulator chair is definitely the unit's most interesting add-on, but poor reaction and moves painfully slow could kill it. Yeah, it killed it in its cradle. It didn't even come out. Man. Electronic Arts, Mirrorsoft, Palace, Thalamus, Lamasoft, Logotron, US Gold. And yes, US Gold was a European company, actually. I know of US Gold from a lot of Stuart Ashen's videos, so. Gradius, another game I've never played but clearly need to. Because I do like my shooters. I have at least one shooter on. I have at least one. Ninja Gaiden. Now that's interesting. Look how they spell Ninja Gaiden here. They spell Gaiden as Ninja Gaiden. They spell Guy and Den as different words. Kid Nicky. Adventures of Link. Alright. No, oh my gosh, look. We're not even halfway through this magazine. Bomberman. To warp straight to the highest levels of Bomberman, enter this code and prepare to see Bomberman's real identity. Wow, these are just these are just submitted from players. Now, if you don't know, spoilers for NES Bomberman. NES Bomberman, the ending to NES Bomberman reveals that Bomberman, the idea is that Bomberman was a robot, and he's trying to become, he lives in a cave where he's forced to use bombs to mine. He's a slave, pretty much. And they say if a Bomberman reaches the surface of the world and escapes the caves, they become a human being. So he escapes the surface of the world and transforms into who becomes the main character of Lode Runner. So on NES Famicom continuity, Lode Runner is actually a sequel to Bomberman. Alright. Crime Busters, Altered Beast. Win a free game from EGM. Okay, so what is this, POW? Yeah, I'm never gonna play this game. Oh, look at all this. Okay, we need to zoom in on some of this stuff. Here we go. Are you tired of playing? And then Hudson actually decided they were actually a race of sentient robots with their own planet. You know, I didn't know if they were supposed to still be robots or if they were just people who dressed like that or whatever, but yeah. Well, it's not as wacky as the Fantasy Zone lore, where they're a race of sapient spaceships that live on a planet of spaceships and fly larger spaceships to travel around the universe. Okay. Are you tired of playing the same old Nintendo games? Or didn't buy one you didn't like? Tired of your local toy store always sold out of your favorite games? Tired of paying too much for games and accessories? Well, join the Ultimate Game Club and save up to 20% off Nintendo game. Look at all this. Yeah, you could just... Yeah, you could... How to win at Nintendo. Suncom Docking Bay. I guess that's a caddy for your game cartridges. Excuse me, game packs. We want to use the official. Now, the Aladdin lunchbox... Aladdin. They didn't spell Aladdin right. Oh, whatever. There's some joysticks. Oh, look, we've got the U-Force here. Got Hasbro Nintendo trophies. The Rollin' Rocker. You're probably supposed to use socks with that. Oh, look at what? Lebo home game carry case. You don't need that. Okay, what I like in 99 2000, you know what I do? Well, I carry my NES with me. But shoeboxes nowadays are more efficient. They're smaller. But he had a big shoebox. You could keep the zapper, 2 game pads, a bunch of cartridges, and the RF switch all in that shoebox. And hey, I'm ready to go to grandma's house. I'm ready to go wherever with my NES. Plug it right up into the okay. Anyway, Electric's Pro Play Home Arcade. You just need a 19-inch TV plus your own Nintendo, Sega, or Atari system, and you have your own home coin-op, just like the real thing. Yeah, we had a saw an ad for that in EGM. American Video Game Players League presents Video Game Guide. Hold on, we got it. I just got to, don't mind me, I'm just, jumping to you. Okay. What is that? American Video Game Players League. Let's see what we got. American Video Game Players League. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't seem to be on YouTube, unfortunately. It would be dope if it was, but you can't have everything. Okay, let's move on. List of games here. I just want to look in the H's real quick. Not because of H, like, and not being self-serving. I just want to look for something. J, K, L, M, A, B, C, D, F, G. I just wanted to see if Hey Hey Beavis 1 was on this list of games, and it's not. Wonder Boy 2 and 1. Well, we actually made it to the halfway point of the magazine. You have the boss. I never played. I don't want to look too much at. I mean, there's no. Honestly, let's be real. I'm gonna go the rest of my life. I'm never gonna play this game once. But behind the screens, let's zoom in on this. Technically, the TurboGrafx 16 and the Sega 16-bit are exceptional machines. Graphics and gameplay are arcade quality. What is missing is the library of good software from third-party companies. Capcom has and will continue to support Game Boy with our software, but I am not at liberty to mention exact software titles. It will be a game that is not currently on the market, and it will fit the technical parameters of the Game Boy system. The Atari handheld is a nice unit. Price and play seem fine. Atari's Lynx versus Nintendo's Game Boy in the retailer and consumer respect, however, leaves Nintendo winning by a landslide. Ooh, wow, even at this point, they're calling in. When will we see 32-bit graphics? The point is not the number of bits, but the entertainment value of the system. The biggest component of value in gameplay is graphics. Why? Because games are about fantasy, about fighting the good fight, driving the fast car, or rescuing the pretty princess. The more real the fantasy is, the more entertaining. That's why we like to see movies in 70mm Dolby THS and not Super 8. What 16-bit graphics really means is the next generation of game machines. Yeah, that's a good take. The 16-bit graphics are... This is clearly just a photograph taken of the game screen of the Game Boy itself. The 16-bit game graphics are fantastic, but I don't think they will greatly affect Nintendo's market share immediately. Nintendo has built a very strong base, and the demand for software for the Nintendo system will not change drastically because of the 16-bit games. FCI is looking forward to continue to develop innovative software for units already on the market, including the Game Boy, for the next several years. Yeah, so they're just talking about their plans for these new systems. Well, Activision saying that the battery life is going to be a problem for the Atari Lynx. Atari Lynx. Look at this here. Look at this. Please do not touch. Please do not touch. So I guess this was at a trade show or something. Well, I did mention a Consumer Electronics Show, so I guess that was on display there. You know, it's funny. At some point, I had the... I guess my mom, at some point, saw it at a thrift store and bought it for me. She has, like, the satellite, like, wireless unit, but not the receiver that you plug into the controller ports of the system itself. Oh, we got, Phantasy Star. There's a game I want to play someday. I heard the way, like, I could get the original cartridge on Master System, but I heard that the Nintendo Switch version has a lot of good quality of life features, like a built-in map and stuff like that. And you could switch on the fly between the... I guess you could switch on the fly between the FM sound gameplay and the... Excuse my glasses keep slipping down my nose today. Yeah, between the FM sound gameplay and the regular bass system gameplay. The FM sound, if I need, this is the first time I've used this command outside of a Sonic Master System stream, but FM sound. There we go. That explains what I mean by FM sound, not like connecting to the sound over an FM radio. Yeah, well, look at this. Telegenesis, the future of video games? One of the Genesis system's most interesting attachments is being offered in the Genesis, without a doubt. The Telegames modem that was first shown for the first time in the last... Look at this. Look at this. We have a first-party modem that's clearly styled in the style of them. You know what? I wonder if this ended up becoming... No, I don't think this ended up becoming the Sega TV. Or the Sega channel, rather. Well, I've never heard of this before. Now, I've never seen this image before. One of the Genesis system's most interesting attachments being offered with the Genesis is without a doubt the Telegenesis game modem. That was shown for the first time in the last issue of Electronic Gaming. Notice how they refer to themselves as Electronic Gaming and not Electronic Gaming Monthly. This new device allows you to instantly link up with a friend across town or across the country and play games head-to-head. Here's how it works. In Telegenesis Baseball, the only title announced for the modem. For this, I guess this game either got canceled or they released it with the modem features removed, at least in North America and Europe, because I've never heard of this. You may control the pitcher and have your own view of the action over the pitcher's shoulder, while your opponent on the other end of the line takes command of the base runners and batter from his perspective behind the home plate. Each player maintains control over his team while facing strategies and techniques employed by another person instead of the computer. Sound intense? You bet it is. Although modern games these modem games have been forever on computer systems and networks, this type of player-to-player system has never been available for a game system. Only the special Telegames baseball game with Merc with the baseball with the system. Okay. The main question surrounding Telegenesis is one of feasibility. We can tell you that the Telegenesis peripheral does indeed work, but with the rumored 3 to 4 second lag in information transmissions. The prototype's unit baud rate is 1,200, which prohibits large volumes of data from being relayed at a high speed. The other problem with Telegenesis is price. Before you can throw your first pitch of Telegenesis baseball, you must have 2 Genesis owners. Each have the modem attachment. Each have Telegenesis baseball. You're looking at a few $100s, not to mention the long distance bill if your opponent is out of the system. The real future of Telegenesis may be a games network where players can call in locally to play games from a master computer, while Sega emphatically denies such direction for the modem. Several sources indicate that this is in the works. Yeah, I know X-Band came out for Genesis and Super Nintendo, where several games, you did have, like, people playing fighting games. Alright, so we're down to Game Boy Club. And we're just about at the end of the stream. My next stream is going to be a week from today, on the 23rd. And I forgot... No, that's not... Yeah, I forgot to update what I'm playing next. So don't ignore that in chat. I'm going to be playing a week from now on the 23rd at 4 o'clock. I'll be playing Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color, which we played like 30 minutes to an hour. We played like 20 or 30 minutes or an hour of that while I was doing my warm-up streams, breaking in and running my analog pocket through its paces, you know, a month and change ago. Actually, no, it was more than a month ago. It was December. It was before before my end of year, beginning of year break. And I'll be here. So the 2/23, a week from now, Wednesday at 4 p.m. EST. I'll be back with Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color. And I just want to throw a shout out to my main artist who does most of my art for me. Yeah, so Pokemon Trading Card Game for Game Boy Color. I played that a lot on 3DS. I never actually owned it back in the day. But I do have some memories of just my friends having it back in the 90s. So that'll be it for this stream. Thanks for joining me. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see